This is where the fun begins.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to GeekWatch, a subsidiary of the Monastery, the open bar of the internet, the world's greatest shit show, and the place where we, the good brothers and sisters of this most holy of temples, seek enlightenment through the drunkest, craziest, and most batshit ways possible. I am your one and only gaming monk, better known as Mildra, and with me I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 good brothers. Ha 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 ha. We have the recovering Dallas Cowboys apologist, the man who is currently checked into Leaf therapy, and the man who is probably not going to be competing against Steve Dangle for biggest Leafs fan, good brother Cure. We have returning from a long sabbatical. We have the flamboyant flyer himself, good brother Flutter, making his GeekWatch debut and his Monastery debut.
No.
Bitch, say what? Talk like your life depended on it, Flutter, because it fucking does.
Fair enough.
Anyway, before it was
It's
so
like, go ahead with the original title.
Before I was so rudely interrupted, making his GeekWatch debut and his Monastery debut, we have the man who was once repeat offender of the dumbest motherfucker at my table, the man who leaves in Fez mode, and the man who is the only person who has experienced death by snoo at any of my tables. Good brother Mike. We have the man taking over all your anime with a better set of sunglasses. Good brother Shades. And we have the CEO of Zadari Enterprises, the man of 1,000 runes, and the metal dragon of this holy temple. Good brother Xanatrix. How the fuck we doing tonight?
Monk, that interruption stumbled you so hard you couldn't even finish your intros properly.
Yeah, apologies, Monk.
Apology isn't good enough.
Jay,
I want payment in blood.
And already you're fucking things up, man. Come on.
And before you ask, yes, I've already put my motherfucking head back down.
Well, at least you learned something while he was gone for so long.
So,
Wait, what was that?
monastery? It's more likely than you think.
So, it was only a few.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Question in the room. Why am I here? 2 things. I turned 44 this Wednesday.
I couldn't do it if I wanted to.
Share. Don't need to.
By the way.
And so I took the night off and decided, heck, I see these things come up every week. Watch a few of them. I want to join in the fun.
Well, you certainly picked a hell of a week to show up.
Sure.
But don't worry. Don't worry, we will only treat you slightly worse. Although let's
That's a
be honest,
kindness coming
we
from
can't
the
treat
bug.
you as horribly as the Red Mother did you.
I probably enjoyed that too much.
Goddamn simp.
Be careful there, Mike. You're breaking the 11th
oh, God.
commandment. Thou shalt not simp. So,
Shalt not simp.
So,
yes.
let's get things started. So, it was only a few years ago that Lucas signed over the Star Wars IP to Disney, and then shortly after that, there was the announcement of a new film, Episode 7, The Force Awakens, and for a time, it was good. And then the film came out, and it was okay. And it had a few stumbling points. It was clearly trying to bank on nostalgia, but we all thought, you probably have a lot of people who were just trying to get their feet wet after being out of the game for so long. They'll get their head in it eventually. And then episode 8 came along, The Last Jedi. And everyone went, "Don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic."
Moving on. Yes.
Now. Yes. Yes, we can. Because then everything broke. Everything changed when the Roundhead attacked. And then there was such a panic that they brought back the guy they ran off the first time to try and wrap the shithole left with The Rise of Skywalker. A film which Filmento, a film reviewer who I hold in high regard, referred to as How to Fail at Endgame. And at that time, the fan base was broken, only being held aloft by promises of Clone Wars and Mandalorian and the glimmer of hope that the video game end of things would be taken out of EA hell. The only true solace was the Chads among us in the tabletop master race, who were able to maintain a consistent level of quality through the FFG games, whether that be the Star Wars RPG trilogy, which would later morph into the universal system known as Genesis, the dice game Destiny, the living card game, or the various board games.
Technology hates everyone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, do you want me to say it or should you?
Yeah, I'll handle this. Ladies and gentlemen, we have technology. It likes to give us the middle finger.
God damn it. But but the thing about all of those Star Wars tabletop games, as I've mentioned plenty of times over the last 2 years, it's kind of funny that they barely touched this particular sequel trilogy.
Oh, right.
Imagine that. It's almost like you don't want to infect something that might be good with shit.
I think it's also the fact that Fantasy Flight Games is answerable to a much larger company in Asmodee.
Oh, right.
And because of that, if they end up doing something that's going to drive away customers, Asmodee is going to take notice. Especially with how they're willing to do massive reconstructions, what with moving all of the RPG department to the newly reformed Edge studio and having FFG focus exclusively on board and card games. Not that they're bad at RPGs. They've put out quality RPGs in the past, but they also have a stellar record when it comes to high production values in their board and card games. Case in point, the card games I have for the Warhammer LCG, they haven't bent. And if you recall, I made a whole fucking meme about the fact that brand new Magic cards bend after just 2 hours. And unfortunately, no, that is not Decade's fault.
Brand new Magic cards bend in the packages if they're left in some place that's too cold.
Oh.
There was that one guy who put it in a vacuum sealed area and then just put a high-speed camera in front of it. And they ended up bending after a couple hours. And I did a similar thing where I just left them in a room temperature area. And by the time I got home, they had already bent. Nobody had gone in or out of the room in question. But when it comes to these films, putting aside that you have Kathleen Kennedy, who I have lovingly nicknamed over the years Nero, because I am a history snob, as evidenced by the fact that I laughed at that Napoleon joke that was put in memedom earlier this week. For the sake of record, I will share that with the illustrious folks here in the temple. So you can. So hopefully some of you get the joke.
Oh, yeah.
I get it.
So do I.
Now, when it comes to these three movies, a lot of people look at these as unsalvageable, whereas I saw a whole lot of wasted potential, and I almost have to laugh ridiculously much at my first unimpressions post that I put on my old blog years ago after I just walked back from seeing episode 7. Because I had said that while there were some stumbling blocks, I had a little bit of hope. How naive and stupid I was. Because I was thinking they were going to go with the idea of Rey rising and Kylo Ren falling. You know, a kind of thing that we had seen in say Geki Ranger / Jungle Fury and Avatar. But again, I was young and naive, even though that was only a few years ago. But who's counting? And that brings us to today. So let's have a go, shall we?
Mark, you're cutting out again.
Oh fuck!
You were losing, ya.
Am I still cutting in and out?
You are, yes.
Here, change your. Tell you what. Here's how we can solve this because this happens on Discord every once in a while. Go into the server. Go into your server settings and change the region you're in. Change what server region you're in. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, never mind.
Okay. See, am I good now?
Think so.
I think it might be all the inclement weather and ice that we've been getting.
That's probably not helping, but so far only Discord's been affected.
Yeah, but Discord servers are probably located in areas that aren't built for this cold.
Probably. Let me take a look at that.
I'm currently getting a very low ping, so and no packet loss.
All right. We'll do it live.
Okay.
Fuck it.
But even with all that, let's have a go now. Before I continue on, there's a couple caveats that I feel are essential to be made. And I've discussed this with everyone else, but we are going to be reconstructing effectively a sequel narrative, going with all three. And I want to try and use as many of the core characters as we can. Now instead of trying to write the whole story from the get-go, we'll try and reconstruct each character as we go along and see how we can handle it. Now, because of this, I think it's important to start with the cast from episode 7 first and foremost. So, we may as well get to the big elephant. I'm tempted to go into the big elephant in the room, but before I do that, I want to go with the character that seemed to be teased as the focal point in all the trailers up until release. So
Finn.
let's talk about Finn and subsequently Poe. But we'll start with Finn. The idea that he with the background that we have with Finn is someone who was forcefully conscripted at a young age into the First Order, and according to the expanded material, was a promising trooper until the moment that he decides to defect, and apparently due to having a mental breakdown. Now, and throughout the film, he has this whole need to get out of here, and basically being afraid of confronting his past. So you've at least got the foundation of somebody who's trying to run away from the place that he was. So, what can we salvage from this? What do we need to blow up? And how can we reconstruct this? Is the question I want to field to you.
His inherent cowardice is going to be a part of the core character conceit, so salvaging that is necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
That's his primary conflict. That's going to be part of his hero's journey. It needs to exist.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Now, that brings me to another question. In the film, he ends up getting a bit of blood on his armor, and that's what makes him freak out and run off. So that brings us to and that always came right the fuck out of nowhere, in my opinion. Like we
had no build up.
Yeah. So how do you reconstruct something like that? What do you suppose would be a better means to show why he all of a sudden decides to just quit?
So
Well,
go ahead, Shades.
Honestly, the easiest way to go about it, and this isn't going to absolutely be the best way, but the easiest would be is to put him into a position where he's forced to make a moral choice. Something that's so heinous that even he has to stop and go, are we really on the right side of things?
That's something
Obviously,
something that calls the true north of his moral compass into question.
Yeah. Make it seem like he was always raised to believe that the Empire was the right way.
Not the
until
Empire,
he's
the First Order.
Or the First Order was always the right way until he's forced to face something to make him think, have I been lied to all this time?
Well,
I think obviously would be to have to shoot a village of innocents, especially with a lot of children. That'd be the easiest way to do it, but I'm sure you could find other ways to make that work.
especially since that one would be fairly overused at that point, especially in the
That's
Star Wars
why I said
universe.
it's the easiest because it's a guaranteed way to get you to make that question, but you could probably find other ways to make that work. But the general idea is to put him in a position where he has to go, am I seriously about to do this?
If I can posit one approach with this, because as cliche as the whole shooting civilians thing is, instead of going with that, what if the presence of this sort of village in disarray ends up giving him flashbacks to when he was taken?
Hey, I like that.
So do I.
So
Maybe instead of him being the one to shoot or actually cause the catastrophe, he sees the aftermath of it and then reminds himself of what happened.
he sees the aftermath. Somebody who's basically assigned to do effectively cleanup. I don't care for the idea that he's in the same relative group as Kylo Ren. I feel like there's a degree of separation between the two.
Maybe 2 or 3 even. If he's battlefield cleanup where he's just picking up the ruins to make sure that everything's ready for them to enforce and or move on, then that would actually make more sense because he'd be able to see scenes of horror that he himself did not inflict.
And because of what he saw, it ends up triggering a flashback, and basically he ends up snapping.
Little PTSD.
Yeah, actually, since we were saying he was conscripted as a child, let that be the trigger. Seeing a kid getting dragged away.
Oh yeah.
More conscripts, not even kills. There are more conscripts. He sees more kids being conscripted.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like, they don't have to see them getting killed. Just see them getting dragged away, and he knows what they're about to suffer, and he can't stand to see that again.
So because of that, I'd expand that flashback to not only include his experience getting conscripted, but all the shit he went through when it came to training, and possibly use that to tease a few appearances of Captain Phasma.
Oh.
Now we're getting somewhere.
A character of great wasted potential we'll get into later.
Yes. Now, this brings us to the next question, because the person who originally helped him get out of that situation was Poe, and Poe is the one who gave him the name Finn. So the question is, how do we integrate him with this particular thing? Do we have it that he was in hiding after Finn runs off, or do we go with something else?
So the problem is the planet they're on makes this a little harder to set something like this up. We'd have to create a scenario where the two run into each other, and Poe, Finn still being in his uniform at this point, Poe's probably ready to shoot his ass.
The best approach.
Yeah, given the fact that he clearly recognizes that armor.
The best approach I can think of to set this kind of thing up is to set it up where you have Poe leading a strike team to basically do a typical resistance strategy of ambush the people left over because it's going to be slightly less reinforced. Take all their guns, take as much equipment as you can, and then get out. What he doesn't count on is somebody beating him to the punch. So he decides to take advantage of the situation.
I think we go one step further than that, and we make it a Luke and Han on the Star Destroyer situation, where they've even disguised themselves as more First Order troopers.
Yeah.
He probably. So in this case, you have it that Finn probably thought that he was going rogue on his own, and he realizes, wait, there are resistance people in the group I was in.
Oh! Light bulb. What if we have a brief scene, like let's say he spots Poe, and we get a brief scene, a brief flashback showing that he knew they were rebels in disguise. He was ordered to deal with them, but now seeing he wants to get out, he's gonna go up and say, "I know who you are, but I don't want part of this anymore. Get me the fuck out."
Basically beg, plead, cajole to Finn to Poe to save him.
Mm-hmm. Now, this brings me to one other thing that we need to address before we get to some of the other characters. The MacGuffin in that first movie was 3 parts of a map.
Of a star map, yes.
Yeah, a star map that would reveal the location of Luke Skywalker.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to be quite honest, if somebody this particular thing felt like a bit of a stretch because, for one, there's the idea that if somebody truly wanted to hide in seclusion, they would leave especially somebody of that level of fame, they would leave as few traces as humanly possible to let them be found. This
right.
is only one of two solutions.
It never happened, or
either we get rid of the whole star map completely, or we have it that the star map was meant for someone specific.
The only problem with that, though, is that star maps, a map to something being meant for a very specific person or group. That's a very big parallel. We're with a movie that was already being compared a lot to Episode 4. Do we really want to risk that parallel even further?
That's a fair point.
Yeah. I mean, Episode 7 was essentially supposed to be just an homage to Episode 4.
Yeah.
In the first place.
And we're trying to reconstruct it to kind of eliminate that and make it its own story. So
and
make it look more cohesive as its own piece of work, as its own work.
To that end, something that I'm considering is that the entire first act, instead of doing any sort of planet hopping, that all takes place on different parts of Jakku.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense.
It does.
The real problem I have with trying to get this away from its source material is that there are many events that obviously feed into the next episodes that are part of what bring those episodes down. They're things that I think need to be blown up.
They're downsides that need to be absolutely omitted.
Well, we need to start from the when doing reconstructions. You have to start from the ground up with the small things before you build up to the big things.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You don't see any Henkei heroes or heroines busting out finishing moves in the first few seconds, do you?
Henshin, not Henkei, monk.
There's different names for it. Flutter, you're getting into semantics.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Damn, my mistake. Moving on. Rails.
He really did learn to put his head down.
But the reason
Moving on.
the reason why I'm doing this kind of thing is one, there's plenty given how Jakku is this big ship graveyard. That means there's plenty of places to hide and move about, and it's gonna be a little bit tricky to find somebody in the wreckage of a lot of those ships, and two, it eliminates a middleman with this. Now, given all that, I do think that the whole parts of the star map, honestly, I think that can be taken out. Like that particular MacGuffin is just adding excessive fat.
It's padding.
Gimmicking a gimmick, in other words. Now, given that, I would, instead of now, another thing that I want to go with when it comes to this sort of thing is with Finn's background. I know, first off, that whole thing about him being just a janitor, we're killing the shit out of that.
We are.
No.
That is entirely unnecessary.
No, the mindset that I'm having with this is that while he wasn't exactly top of the food chain, he was significantly high up in the hierarchy, at least enough where he has to justify him having some degree of knowledge about First Order's tech. Not a whole lot, but enough so that when new tech is shown up, he at least has some understanding of it, as opposed to him just expositing out of nowhere. Now, that being said, the one other thing that I'm considering utilizing with this is the fact that this sort of defection obviously wouldn't be taken lightly.
No.
And I'm thinking that in order to send a message, this gets the attention of instead of just sending a bunch of stormtroopers to deal with it. Why not just send one person to put some sort of fear into this? Utilize not the whole of them, but one Knight of Ren.
Oh yes.
I mean, think about this. This is the First Order is not the Galactic Empire. They do not have the power and the numbers they had back in the original trilogy. These guys need to hold on to every man they have. So losing even just one person of any significance is something they cannot afford. So if this guy's thinking about affecting, they had to make it clear they will not allow that.
And if they can't bring him back and rehabilitate him, well, they'd rather just kill him and send a message through what's effectively their Grim Reapers.
Exactly.
And because the thing is, and this is something I have to tie into when it comes to Kylo Ren. When you see one of the, my approach is that the Knights of Ren was one of those things that was the big missed opportunity, or one of the big missed opportunities. So the approach that I want to have is that these are effectively the retinue of Kylo Ren. When they are his Grim Reapers. When somebody needs to be dead, that they send in one of the knights, because the approach that I want to have is the same. Consider this: if Darth Vader shows up, you piss yourself. In fact, that's
you do.
That's the reason why the corridor scene at the end of Rogue One is one of my favorite scenes of him, because they're just terrified of the fact that you have walking, talking death in front of you. Some Shades, do you recall a certain blood mage that was a recurring villain during Rider, who I specifically said
yes.
was
Oh
inspired
yes.
by things like Nemesis and the Sand Wraith.
Yeah, so the guy that we even when we encountered him, pretty much wiped the floor with us.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mhm.
That's the vibe that I want one Knight of Ren to make clear. And with this sort of thing, to make clear, this is just a minion, an ass kicking one who can wipe
just
the
a
floor
servant.
with anybody, but still a minion.
Yeah.
Hmm.
If this guy, if the minion is that badass, that already establishes Kylo as a much bigger threat.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this brings us to the next character that we have to discuss. Now, with someone like Poe, we can a lot of his major character traits we can kind of go with. I always felt that if there's anybody who should be the Han Solo analog, it's him.
Agreed.
Now, to the point where I almost considered making him Han Solo's descendant, but I quickly shot that down.
Instead of Kylo / Ben.
Yeah. Instead, I'd probably have it that he before he joined the Resistance, he did not exactly have the most stellar of backgrounds. You know,
No.
smuggling, strong arming, being a hold up bandit. But when he joined, which is something that can be touched upon later, he's still just as much of a black hat. He's just a black hat who's fighting for a cause.
Mm.
But because I know some people don't like the fact that he was always joking. I want to recontextualize.
He was never written seriously.
I want to
basically.
recontextualize that in the fact that he is somebody who knows how to use his particular brand of humor to catch someone off guard.
Ah.
Yeah, kind of use it as a guise to, one, you can also play the whole hide his real feelings thing,
Mm-hmm.
laugh, put it behind a joke. But at the same time, he also knows that and uses that to basically, disarm mentally disarm anyone he comes in contact with. He walks up like, hey, I got no problem here. I'm good. Up until the point he grabs the gun and pulls it up to your face.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you want to go that far, you probably had some old frenemies in Black Sun.
Ooh.
Hell, you know what? Good comparison. And I think Mike will appreciate this. The Second Doctor.
Oh yes,
Ah.
yes.
Someone who came off as a goofball. Someone you could never take seriously. Up until the point it's too late and he's got you by the balls.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Now, this brings us to Ren. Not Ren. I don't want to get to him yet. This brings us to Rey.
Right. Yes.
And first off, real cute calling the Mary Sue Rey. Like I wasn't gonna notice that.
Exactly. That's which the thing is, given what it means in Latin, that is way too on the damn nose. Given how she's written.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the reason I'm not too harsh on that.
In Spanish, not Latin. My mistake.
Yeah. Given how I can't pass too much judgment on that because I'm a fan of Final Fantasy and how many characters in that series have their names very on the nose.
Right.
Hell, I like Detective Conan and having the name and don't realize how much of a multi-layered reference the name Conan Edogawa is. Or the fact that in Bungo Stray Dogs you have a character named Ranpo Edogawa who basically is trying to be a Japanese Sherlock Holmes.
Yep.
Ranpo Edogawa being the person who in real life was responsible for bringing a lot of Edgar Allan Poe and
Sir Arthur Conan Doyle stories.
Arthur Conan Doyle's works into Japan, and basically was the godfather of mystery fiction in Japan.
Right.
Now,
what do you think the anime Trickster has the whole Ranpo Edogawa Boys Club subtitle, like where from Ranpo Edogawa's Boys Club story?
Yeah. Now, this brings us to Rei. Now, obviously, this is going to be one where there's a lot of work that needs to be done, because there's a lot of stuff that's set up and either never followed through, or you have full-on Mary Sue bullshit. And yes, Rei is a Mary Sue. Deal with it. Now, first things first. I do think that her appearance her appearance in The Force Awakens at least gives us some things to work with. She definitely has a very strong independent streak, but I could see us using that as a kind of double-edged sword where she's spent so much time on her own that she is completely uncomfortable with the idea of working with other people, period.
She's not good at trusting anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Which would explain her attachment to a droid.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, especially a droid that she doesn't even own.
Now, obviously I'm still keeping BB-8. that was.
Oh hell yeah! He's one of the few exceptions for this topic.
I don't need to change too much with him.
No.
Now, when it comes to Rei, something that I would probably want to emphasize is the fact that she has a reckless streak. In fact, her being a junk salvager, the whole scene about her getting less portions the second time.
Yeah.
I have a feeling she pulled a person over the counter and beat them.
I ended up rewriting that as I was walking home from watching the movie. I ended up rewriting that scene in my head where the guy's going 2 portions. She goes, "Last time you said it was 4. It was 2. It was 4. It was 4 portions before you wrecked my ship." If anybody can catch what I'm kind of hinting at, do you remember the first instance of bell peppers and beef in Cowboy Bebop?
Bell peppers and beef with no beef.
Mm-hmm. It is when you're broke. What happened to the million wulong we got? The repair bill from that cruiser you wrecked, and the one from that shop you trashed, and the medical bill from the cop you injured. Killed all the dough.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's through, and that's the kind of thing that I would establish with Rei, is the fact that because of the fact that she wants so much to maintain that independence, she tends to act a bit reckless, and
doing so ruin things for other people around her.
Yes,
and because of that, I'd actually have the two of them. I'd actually have the three of them meet up when Finn and Poe are trying to hide out in one of these ships that she's salvaging.
Mm.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, this actually, like, thinking about that now, having Finn and Rey meet up with that kind of setup creates a perfect contrast.
Yes.
You have Finn, a guy who has been so conscripted to work with the Order, he doesn't know how to act on his own. He doesn't know how to think for himself.
And he's so afraid he gets frozen up all the time because of his cowardice.
Yeah.
And then you have on the opposite side, you have Rey, who has been so, used to being independent and just doing things her own way. She doesn't know how to trust anybody else.
And because of that, she is reckless to a fault and doesn't know when to use prudence or caution.
In
Right.
between the two of these, you have Poe, somebody who is the definition of flexible.
Yeah. Creates a perfect three-man team right there.
Yeah.
He's the balance.
Yep, he bridges the gap to make sure that the caution of Finn can help temper the brashness of Rey, and that Rey's independence can help bring Finn out of his lackluster life at that point.
Mhm.
He'd be very withdrawn.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the process with this, I'd imagine that you can use this to kind of have a base of the two of them having a mutual if rocky relationship, i.e. they help her with her job for a bit until his signal can actually get them some help and get them off planet. Whereas she won't tell that there's a couple resistance folks
on the planet.
on the planet. And I know some might ask, what about the people who were with Poe during the whole ambush? I'd probably go with the notion that they all got separated. But
the party was split.
yeah, but it was split with the intent of each of them would be able to set up a different distress signal. So you can kind of pull a localized version of the crybaby maneuver from Firefly. You have multiple signals, which on paper would mean that the First Order wouldn't know which one is the Resistance one, but it's coded.
It's also the standard situation for when you're attempting to avoid pursuit and you're outnumbered in just about any fictional circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And you can probably have a montage of this working out for a bit where there's a little bit of the walls breaking down, and then shit hits the fan when they go for the next haul, and sitting there watching the whole thing is the Knight.
Yep.
Which would be them playing into his trap.
Mm-hmm.
Due to him being there to observe.
Yeah. Which once the shit hits the fan with that, then they have a reason to try and use one of the smaller ships to get off planet, and it succeeds barely, because even though they managed to get it to work, it's not like they got it to work well. It's basically jury rigged together with scrap metal and hope. Reusing a small shuttle that they salvaged instead of the Millennium Falcon would make a little bit more sense.
Not to mention the fact that I don't care how long Rey has been around Junkers. I don't care how long she's been salvaging starships. There's no way she would have the knowledge to run the Millennium Falcon because of the fact that it's not a standard freighter. It is heavily modified to be a smuggling vehicle, and Han and Chewie are the only ones who know the extent of those modifications at this point. She may be able to get it up and running. She may be able to even get it into hyperspace, but she wouldn't be able to get it to do any of its special things. Yeah. She could not maneuver it in any way the same way that Han and Chewie could. Mm-hmm. And so they'd get caught no problem, especially since the First Order would know the profile of that ship like the back of their hand.
It was one of the ships that fucked them over twice over.
Never mind the fact that when Luke first saw the ship in Episode 4, he called it a piece of junk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which, for all
And in fact,
accounts,
and in fact, it's basically. But in fact, it was his saving grace.
Yeah. And Gunblade Knight points out in the chat, I work out in an auto parts warehouse. I know what things look like, but I would have no fucking clue how to repair a car.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
There's no
Exactly.
goddamn way that she would be able to use a fucking starship because she has been salvaging wrecks. That's not going to translate. It just doesn't
Especially,
work.
Go ahead.
The idea that you can, we there is a way to introduce the Millennium Falcon. This is just not it. We will have to get to that later.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and I say that, and I add to Xana's point, and especially it's just a normal, if it's on a normal starship, especially if it heavily contributed and actually succeeded in destroying both Death Stars.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was Shade's point about fucking them over twice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Exactly,
that was
yes.
the point I was already making. Yeah, they're gonna know what that fucking thing looks like by the minute they see it. No, if you're gonna introduce the Millennium Falcon into the sequels, you have to do that a little bit later.
And it
When
still
Han actually shows up for the first time.
Yeah, Han and Chewie still have to be the ones running it because, as I said, with the vast amount of modifications that ship has, compared to even its standard Corellian freighter, it's
Specifications.
well, I mean, the reason it looked like a piece of junk is because that's what Han wanted it to look like. He put on the patchwork plating to make it look less assuming.
Mm-hmm.
The more like a junk
Right.
you look, the less pirates are going to assume you have anything of value. Not to mention, it makes the Empire back when he was smuggling, it makes them less likely to actually search you. There was a strategic reason for that, and so it's all this giant custom work. There's no one going to be able to run it besides the original crew. That's it.
Fuck no.
Not without them teaching someone how to use it.
Exactly.
Something that comes to mind is how and I know people have issues with Gundam Seed. Trust me, I do too. But after Kira had made all those modifications to the AI system on the Strike Gundam, it was pretty much impossible for a more experienced pilot like Mula Flaga to pilot the thing. And I see Doku's ranting about Snow and V Dot. So another day of him being late and gay.
Yep. The tradition is intact.
Yep.
Where you going? I gotta rest up.
All right. Stay frosty, Kier. So that space now, how I'd end that kind of act is with a bit of a transition where you can, and I can easily see this kind of shot. You have the three escaping on a junked up let's go with a Lambda shuttle. And
yeah, that works.
And it's being seen from the perspective of the knight who saw them get away. Do one screen wipe later where he has to go report this, and he has to report this to Kylo Ren. And one thing I want to make clear with Ren, for 90% of the first film, we don't see his face.
Right.
Or this is the one time where we can have the parallel with him being like Darth Vader, where you never see Darth Vader's face until the very end of the third movie. Obviously, we're gonna cut that a little short here.
Well,
but
you almost. Well, actually, no, you didn't in Empire, because you didn't in Empire because
they put it behind him with the silhouette so you couldn't see anything. That being said, with this one, the idea is you're establishing him as the next Darth Vader. You're setting that up. You're giving that impression. Oh, a mysterious man wearing a black helmet and carrying a unique red lightsaber that's considered the best badass fighter in the whole First Order. Yeah, this is the new Darth Vader. You're establishing that, and to that end, when this knight reports in, you're gonna have to do the same parallel of he's gonna be pissed. He's gonna take it out on this knight and basically force choke his ass.
Actually, the approach that I was gonna go with is I want you to picture this. The knight ends up making the walk of shame through corridors as people are saluting him, and you get to a door with two other knights guarding it. They give the imperial salute. The door opens, and you come to a dark room with him at the end of it. Almost like the throne room of a barbarian chief. He walks in because he knows what's about to happen. He's not looking forward to what's about to happen, but he has to do it.
Grip it and rip it.
He explains what he gives a greeting to his master. His master says nothing. He explains what happens. His master says nothing. And as soon as he is about to bow his head in apology, that's when the choke begins, and that's when he starts speaking about how severely disappointed he is and how stupid he was to bring ill news to him personally, but in other situations. In a normal situation, you might have it of just a force choke and that's it. But I'm going to go one step further. It keeps up while he gets up, walks to this knight. It cuts to the two knights standing outside, and all we hear from the other side of the room is just him punching.
I don't think.
Look who it is!
Actually, yeah.
I don't think that the punching is exactly how he would do it. To be honest,
yeah, I was kind of thinking
I think he would keep the force grip on the knight and throw him around the room.
Yeah, you just hear him slamming into the walls.
Yeah, Kylo Ren is much more unstable than Darth Vader was. He wouldn't just choke as the intimidation. He'd grab the guy, choke him, and then wham, wham, wham. That's what you would hear, echoing plasteel.
Mm-hmm.
Much like Hulk did to Loki.
Yeah, actually, here's what you did. Here's how you set that scene up. You don't just cut away immediately. You show him getting ready to do the first fling. You see him with the force choke, and then you see him fling his hand off to the side, and that's when you cut to the knights, and you just hear the slamming into a wall.
And it happens 2 or 3 times. It's not quick. It's wham, and then it's still lingering. You're like, is there still something? And then wham, and then a third one, and that's when you end scene.
It's built up.
Yeah. And it also lets you know that this guy, who is supposed to be the next Darth Vader, is a lot more violent.
See, I don't like that aspect of Kylo in general, where they show him to be a little more not in control of his emotions and unhinged and prone to emotional outbursts and lashing out against other people. But that said, if you were going to do it, you would have to have, in my opinion at least, some type of build-up where as he's force choking the dude, you can see his own anger. Obviously, like, the guy can't talk. He's being force choked. And you notice the armor start to crack a little bit. Maybe Kylo's hand shakes, visibly angry, growing more and more enraged. And then you get the whack, one hard slam. Maybe you hear him cough. Maybe blood even starts dripping out of one of the separations in the armor plate. And then you see the other Knights of Ren, not looking like almost like they want to look, but they know if they do, they'll be the next one, and so they're just stoic. And then you just hear slam, 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 and then a pause, and then you hear the armor, the armored body just drop.
Just
That
thud. Yeah.
The approach that I wanted to take with this is not a case of him killing the knight, but him coming close to it, and
Yeah, well, we
after-
can
mortally wounding him, basically.
Yeah. And you can still establish that. We don't have to say he's dead, but you're gonna have him so close to it that he might as well have been, you would have been better off dead.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
the thing is that actually, because he is a Sith, that actually works perfectly, because that was one thing
actually,
about. No, hold on.
well,
Let me
Shades-
make my point.
Go ahead.
Let me make my point, because one of the things established about the Sith in the prequels, as much as some of us don't like to think about it at times, this is something was established, is that the Sith were the kind of people who felt that you should be free to let your emotions run wild. Now, whatever you're feeling,
because the Jedi code because the Jedi code is not about love or emotions; it's about attachment.
Yeah.
Well,
And-
that's the reason. That's the reason I say if you're going to go with a more emotionally unhinged Kylo as opposed to a more cold and calculating, you need to take that aspect and make it terrifying in the same way that Vader's stoic, calculated manner was terrifying, just in the
Yeah.
opposite direction.
Well,
you're absolutely right
we
there.
already
Inverse.
established a degree of terrifying. You weren't here for this earlier, but we had made it clear that about how powerful just one knight was, and then you're recontextualizing it by seeing this one knight get his ass kicked.
Yeah, we had made the Knights of Ren proportionally stronger than they were in the movies, so that it's like if Darth Vader had his own personal retinue of other extremely badass fighters, this is the same equivalent for Kylo Ren being the Darth Vader XP.
Yeah.
You mean the Knights of Ren that were in the movies and then were strangely forgotten about and then showed up again
Exactly.
and nothing
We're
was
gonna
done with them?
Exactly. We're doing something with them. But yeah.
Yes.
That's
By the way,
established.
Go ahead, Jits. Finish your thought.
But yeah, the idea is that but that also establishes that there's that while he may be as terrifying as he appears, you already begin to see that there's a weak spot to Kylo Ren. That rage, that unhinged nature of his, is something that might come back to haunt him later.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got you. So you guys put in power scaling and you
Yes.
gave Kylo character development.
Yes. And
Yes.
Additionally, the reason that you don't see that he's angry until the very end when he's slamming the guy around is, remember that he is trying to emulate and evoke the image of Darth Vader. He's trying to bring that terror back. So he's trying his best to remain this cold, unfathomable, terrifying being, but he just doesn't quite hit that mark. And that's why at the end, instead of just dropping the guy after the force choke, he loses his temper and slams him against the walls a few times.
Mm-hmm.
So you want a Kylo? Okay, so let me. I apologize because I'm having to ask this question because I came in late and gay as usual. So you want a Kylo that would be frustrated not because he isn't powerful enough, but because he can't emulate his.
Because he can't be Darth Vader.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying
Yeah.
so hard, but he can't be Darth Vader.
Mm-hmm.
Basically,
he can't
he's
quite
living
hit that
vicariously
mark.
through him. Basically, he's living vicariously through Vader's vision, but he can't exactly completely replicate it.
Yeah.
See, I like that idea better because now you have a Kylo who is trying to be something that he's not, and because he's constantly trying hard to reach that one unobtainable thing, he grows constantly more and more frustrated and therefore more and more prone to emotional outbursts and by extension can't control his power and becomes more violent, takes it out on other people, which will inevitably be his downfall. That's
Yes,
a good character.
Exactly.
And it also ties into his characterization in the comics, where he constantly looks up to his grandfather.
Oh yes.
Now,
See,
By the way,
I like
Shades,
that I like that Kylo a lot better than the Kylo we got, because the Kylo we got was
We know
it
it
was
sucks.
like
We know it
yeah.
sucks.
I feel so bad for Adam Driver. I feel
So
so
do
bad for
I.
Adam Driver. Dude's a fantastic actor.
Yes, he
Mhm.
is.
By the way, Shades, since you brought up the fact that Kylo is a Sith, are we still including the fact that he's a dark Jedi from the original version of Last Jedi in that sense?
We haven't really gotten that far.
We
We're
have-
still
we have not
considering
yet- we-
characterization within The Force Awakens.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Now,
Just had to ask that question to be absolutely sure.
after this particular scene, this is obviously we're kind of at the tail end of the first act with this kind of thing. If we're using a 3-act structure, and I'm using this tail end to set up for the second and third acts, as well as the second and third acts when it comes to this trilogy. Now, that brings me to the after effects of this outburst, where you have the knights slowly hobble away after he just got his shit kicked in, and then he has his moment via hollow with his master. And I would now this is where you come in, Xana, because I believe you had your own
yes.
idea. You had your own idea that was sponsored by Zadare Enterprises.
Zadari Enterprises is proud to present you with a character change that is much needed. Gone are the days of your shitty-ass Snokes. Today we bring you Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Yeah!
10,000% better, baby!
Thrawn Mitwando! Yes! Oh!
I'm going. My knowledge on Star Wars is not as strong as Mouse, but I believe that is one of the few EU things we're bringing.
Here's the thing, Shades. He is the original EU focus character.
Yeah, I believe
Grand Admiral Thrawn, if I
I believe
may.
he was from Shadows of the Empire, if I remember correctly.
No, not Shadows of the Empire. Not Shadows of the Empire. I am double checking this to be absolutely sure, because there is someone on YouTube who has been doing a an animated fan film adaptation of the first book in his titular trilogy.
The Timothy Zahn trilogy, yes.
Yes.
Now, for those not well read in the extended universe, Grand Admiral Thrawn is quite possibly the most genius person to have ever existed in the Empire. I swear.
Hell, here's the thing, Xena. I'm adding on to your caveat. His characterization in Rebels was pretty much them keeping his EU characterization completely intact.
It's just a shame that in Rebels there isn't enough Thrawn, but I digress.
So
Grand Admiral Thrawn is a schemer. He's a strategist and a tactician. The man has outmaneuvered in the EU, the New Republic, and many other people for years. He's kept an entire faction of the Empire wholly loyal to him alive, and is constantly researching ways and finding new resources to prepare the galaxy for combat against an extragalactic threat. Now, clearly the extragalactic threat is not here in this trilogy, at least as far as we're aware. And since we're trying to keep the conceit as close to this trilogy as possible, you can still bring Grand Admiral Thrawn, this genius intellect, to the fore as the master of the Knights of Ren. You don't get this ugly testicle baby thing that dies to the simplest tricks in the book. You get a man that is going to get away at the end of this trilogy, period. There's no way anyone is getting Thrawn, period. Which also opens up more material. He also would make much better choices about Kylo Ren, about the First Order, about anything he has control of. His troop disbursements would make more sense. The horses in space scene would never happen.
By the way, Shades Council. That's the animated adaptation that I was referring to.
All right.
Thrawn is a man driven by the singular goal of the uniting a galaxy, not for power, but to make the actual galaxy strong. Now,
Yes.
does he dislike power? No, the man loves power.
No, he absolutely loves power, but not enough to the point where it in absolute form would corrupt him absolutely.
Yes, he is not the emperor. He is not a he is not a megalomaniac in the same way that Palpatine was.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the most telling aspect of strength here is that I don't think the Knights of Ren would report directly to Thrawn. I think they would report to the one other character that has to be imported with him. The Emperor's Hand, Mara Jade.
Yes!
And she would take their report. He'd be in the background of the holo. Maybe in a chair turned over.
He'd be observing the point and the report and taking notes on Kylo.
Yes. But Mara Jade would be the ostensible head of the Knights of Ren, especially considering that she was an Emperor's Hand. And, of course, because of that, technically a Dark Jedi or Sith.
No. She wasn't a Jedi to begin. She wasn't a Jedi when she was the Emperor's Hand. She only became a Jedi when she married Luke.
Yes, but I'm using interchangeably because of certain things inside the trilogy that constantly trade terminologies.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
continue that.
In that respect, the reason Mara Jade has to be brought along is because she is the single most establishing symbol of status and power that Thrawn has besides his actions. The fact that he controls something only the Emperor could have ever controlled shows that only he has the potential to be someone at the level of power as the Emperor. And because of this, anybody... Also, this is, it's a great way to play to hundreds of thousands of fans.
Mm-hmm.
You have the red-haired, green-eyed woman taking this report in a dispassionate fashion. And then, after the report is given, you'll have a small, tiny scene between Mara and Thrawn. And it'd essentially be Jade going, "He's useless, and Thrawn going something along the lines of, no, every tool has a purpose."
Ooh, yeah.
Now this brings us to Act 2, and this is the one where I could see it's kind of being a cooling down moment, and also a moment of Finn being able to settle into not an Imperial but a Resistance base that is a lot more populated than some of the previous places that we've seen. We're talking a base that's fully staffed.
Yeah, this is no Yavin 4.
Mm-hmm.
No.
And I think one scene that might introduce a bit of levity is him getting the surprise toast.
Yeah.
Getting dragged into a room by either Poe or Rey, and you have one of them on the other side of the room, raising a glass to their newest recruit.
Mm-hmm. Basically going skull to their newest acolyte.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the way I see it then. Poe will be the one to do that, because that seems like the kind of thing that he would do.
Mm-hmm.
But you also use this little surprise toast situation to kind of create a little extra tension between Finn and Rey, because they still haven't quite learned to trust each other just yet. Again, their two clashing aspects still haven't quite gelled yet. So you need to keep that tension going for now, at the very least till the end of this first movie.
Yes.
That's definitely something I'd be willing to go with. This is
Slugga, put your motherfucking head back down, you goddamn bum.
The other aspect to cover in this kind of situation is the fact that you have the fact that through this you kind of have a bit of a setup, and in the actual trilogy we had this idea of a resistance that was either was full fighting strength or barely holding on. I want to go with the notion that they are at full fighting strength. That resistance and first order forces are in active conflict all over the place. If some of you may recall how I have a fondness for the Dominion War arc in Deep Space Nine, and
no, never. We never would have gotten that.
Yeah. Fuck you too. In that it's made very clear that there's a lot more conflicts going on than just the ones that we're seeing, and a case in point of that is one of my favorite episodes in The Pale Moonlight, where Cisco goes on a whole thing about how he hates Fridays because Friday he has to post the casualty report. And you compile that with stuff like the siege of AR 558, where they were barely holding on, and then the shit hit the fan, and you multiply that by all over the place. So the idea that I have is there's some places there are some battles that are holding ground, some that aren't. You're basically coming to a logistical base, and that brings me to the question of, in this particular scene last time, we had the introduction of Han Solo and Leia Organa as generals. Now this brings us to the question of do we use either of them in this?
I say Han, yes, because
Leia, no, not as
Leia we can save till the second movie, I think.
Yes.
We can name drop and say that we mentioned General Organa. We'll mention her by name, but we don't show her yet. We save her. But we bring in Han because, again, between
landing the Millennium Falcon in his initial appearance.
Land the Millennium Falcon, and we've set up a scenario where he helps teach one or both of them how to fly the fucking thing. So that way, when they inevitably do take possession of the Falcon, it makes fucking sense.
Yes, especially since his wingman, since Han's wingman and life debt and indebted partner for life ends up taking the co-pilot's chair while with Rey as the pilot after Han's death. So which and not to mention that would make much more sense as well.
Now, taking that into account, another scene that you could probably add for a bit of levity is, and especially to kind of contrast the whole thing of the knight taking the walk of shame, is going through the whole thing of the Millennium Falcon docking, landing at the base, him coming out, and you have a bunch of people scrambling, going general on deck and giving the row of salute. The whole time Han looks incredibly uncomfortable with either incredibly uncomfortable or annoyed. I'm basically replicating the whole "you told me there'd be no cameras" scene from Halo 2.
Oh no. And to add to it, we keep the tension because you know Han and Leia, they still gonna be snarking at each other.
Mhm.
You're gonna have
hell
some.
yeah.
You're gonna have some guy, some soldier come up to him and have some report for General Solo from General Organa, and he just kind of snarks it off because you got to give Harrison Ford a reason to
Snarkily brushes
snark.
it off.
Yeah.
Yes, snarkily brushes it off.
Yeah, because you got to give Harrison Ford a reason to snark. That's
Yeah.
what he's there for.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that Harrison Ford was completely unhappy with either coming back or the whole thing, but I would like to counter propose with a similar story. I'm gonna bring up the story regarding Leonard Nimoy. See,
I see where this is going.
Nimoy, after Nimoy had up in the early 80s, Nimoy had a falling out with Paramount and Gene Roddenberry. And the only reason he took part in the motion picture was to settle a lawsuit. And the only reason he was willing to come back was if his character was allowed to die. But by the time he finished, he was having second thoughts about the whole thing. And I feel like in this situation, if you present the character of Han in a way that allows him to be more free and be himself and be able to have fun on set, then you might have a better chance of winning him over rather than him being in there simply for a pittance.
Right.
Now there is a point with this whole setting up. Now, first off, yeah, you can have your meetings regarding this or that MacGuffin when it comes to plans and the whole thing of teasing about Starkiller Base. But this is where you can also allow them to show themselves off a bit more allow the three to show themselves off a bit more individually. And yes, I have made clear on the fact that that the focus should be on Rey, Finn, and Poe being effectively the new Trinity in this particular epic.
And in fact, I'd like to throw out something because I was thinking about this. One of the things you should probably do with this is that, in a way, have all three be each one be the focus of a specific movie, because you're going to end up doing that anyway.
Have each film be a character focus based story for each individual member of the trilogy.
Yeah. So here's the thing. For this film, I'm debating between Poe and Finn.
I'm leaning more
because of how heavily he was advertised to be the main character when the film was getting ready to be released.
Nice for stealing my thunder, you ass.
Entirely unintentional, Monk.
It always is, Flutter.
You should keep your ears open a little more to make sure that the monk isn't talking first.
Yes. Now, that being said,
Okay, understood.
I think Finn should be the lead here. Make him be the focus. Now, this doesn't mean that the other two players don't get their parts to play in each film. Finn will still have his parts to play in the later films. But it will be but by having him be the focus here and have the other two just kind of working their way in elsewhere, you help establish that while at the same time making sure that no character gets left unimportant.
Yeah.
Now,
something else that I want to focus on with this is a good chunk. There's certainly a good chunk of levity in this second act, and I'm kind of using that to provide relief before we bring things back up again. Roller coaster. So there's plenty of scenes that can be done with this. I had considered using this second act to have a bit of a tavern brawl when the three start either the three start arguing or somebody else starts some stuff. But the thing with this, since Finn is the focus, is one, him being trained on some of these. Him giving kind of a mutual information exchange. He gives info on certain first order tech, and he's allowed to learn how to fly, how to use their particular weapons, and a similar thing happens with Rey.
Ooh.
Especially since she's got the mindset of, well, maybe these people can help me figure out what happened to my parents.
Yeah.
Ah.
If you want to talk about bringing up that bar brawl, I think I know how we could set that up and not, we can have a little bit of tension with the three, but we don't always need to be the focus.
Yeah.
Instead, have it be one of the resistance fighters picking a fight with Finn because he's a former he's the supposed deserter of the First Order.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to take too kindly to anyone who used to work for the Order. They're going to have problems with them. So this guy's showing up out of nowhere from the First Order. Yeah, they're not going to be too kind. While the generals and stuff, they see the situation and they'll handle it respectfully. The grunts, they're not going to be so friendly about it.
Yeah, but Finn's not going to be the one to throw the first punch. It's going to be Rey.
Oh, no. Yeah. And actually, that could be what helps establish them. They're starting to come together a little bit. So Rey is just like, you know what? Fuck you, pal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Again, we're also building off of the core conceits for these characters we built. Finn is still very much his central conflict is against his fear. So this guy coming up screaming at him for being First Order, Finn is first of all not going to want to be in conflict, and second of all, he's gonna believe the dude. He's gonna think he was a terrible person, and he's gonna feel bad about it.
He's convincingly believable enough.
Yeah.
And Rey stepping up to have his back
is going to help him on the first step. Yeah.
And at the same time, it also helps her character.
Yeah.
Because she's independent. She doesn't care. She's doing this for her own reasons. She's not here to help the resistance entirely. I mean, yeah, she's going to help, but she's got some of her own ulterior motives. She's independent. Thus, seeing another person get messed with for trying to do the right thing, she got to stand for that.
Exactly. Not to mention that this is someone who's been helping her.
There is one thing I want to hint at with both of these cases. This would be one of those things that would be easy to miss in the moment, but when you look back at it, it's like, okay, I see where the seed is planted.
You mean like disappearing shock daggers?
In the middle of this big old bar fight, because given how so much of Star Wars is inspired by westerns, of course we got to have a bar fight.
Yep.
I mean,
but again, no disappearing weapons in mid-swing.
Yeah, but what I'm going with instead is, for a brief second, and it's one of those things where you wouldn't notice unless you were looking for it. Both Finn and Rey use the Force at some small level,
like individual pushes.
Yeah,
I think it would be better to give Finn the type of Force sensitivity that you would expect of someone breaking into Force sensitives.
Yeah.
So he'd be a little more prescient in combat, especially. You'd just attribute it to, oh, he's just kind of a coward, but there's no way he could have known that guy was about to throw a chair at his head.
Either that or managing to hit somebody when they're behind him.
Yeah, so something small, and you just in the moment you'll attribute it to the fact that he's just really paranoid.
Now, in the second act during the Force Awakens, one other thing that ended up coming up was somehow this random person in a dive hovel somehow had somehow had Luke's somehow had a lightsaber, and more specific, and it implied to be Luke's saber, even though it should be
And
fucking green instead of blue.
yes, because the blue one is the Skywalker family lightsaber, and Luke's last saber was the one that he made himself on Ilum before Return of the Jedi. God damn it! Ugh.
So, how can we salvage this? Because should
I don't think it needs to be salvaged. Blow it up. It's a MacGuffin for a MacGuffin's sake, and it doesn't really do much that something else that's just as personal to Luke could do.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted a lightsaber because lightsabers, Jedi, but Luke wasn't only a Jedi. He became a Jedi and eventually became a Jedi Master, but Luke's whole thing was, even as a Jedi, he wasn't part of the Jedi teachings. He didn't distance himself from attachment or emotion. He was very close to the people he cared about still.
Mm-hmm.
And so make it something like, I don't know, maybe the first training drone he ever used with Obi-Wan, or anything of that nature. Something personal to him that doesn't necessarily have to be Jedi related.
There is.
I'll do you one better. Something related to Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru.
Yeah.
Now, of course, there would. When it comes to those sort of things, I do think that that you could probably establish that there's some semblance of Force teaching within the Resistance, because they'd see anybody who's Force sensitive as a potential useful asset, and of course the enemy would see that as well. So if you can find somebody who's Force sensitive, that'd be a get.
Yes.
But I would have them both be Force sensitive in this case, and there's a reason I'm doing this. There is a method to my madness. There's just a lot of madness.
More madness is better than more shit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, instead, now one idea that I will admit I had thought about the idea that somehow Rey had pocketed a lightsaber from the Knight, but I decided to not do that because that's stupid. Because Rey is not Aladdin.
No.
And we're trying to make her believable.
Yeah.
We are.
What I would do instead is that they are given a bit of rudimentary Force training, to the point where the swords that they're using are physical ones. They're not given lightsabers. I think we can,
Vibro.
huh?
Vibro blades. Yes.
Vibro
Yeah,
blades.
they are given good old vibro blades, and use that for a bit of training. That's when the other shoe inevitably drops regarding the revelation of Starkiller Base, and this is where you can have a bit of a freak out moment for Finn, because he can't believe that, one, the thing is actually that they actually built the thing, and two, it's completely operational.
Full on trigger induced panic attack.
Yeah.
Flat from his conscription, from the time when he was conscripted.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, Mildred, I hate to rewind on you real quick.
Yeah.
But I had to think about it. That item that's related to Luke, what it should be is the old Rebellion fighter helmet that he wore back in the first movie.
Ooh, I like that.
To parallel Vader's cracked helmet. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. When he was Red 5, yeah.
That's what it should be.
I can go with that, and I'd probably have it that Finn finds it.
Mm-hmm.
Finn feels it.
Mm-hmm.
That could be another slight hint to his Force sensitivity.
Now, of course, the third act would be the assault on Starkiller Base, and I am now I am. I know that there would be the temptation to have it destroy like Coruscant or something. I'm not going to do that.
No.
What I'm doing instead is because of how this is basically using the core of a planet as its blasting method in order to do extremely long range attacks. What I'll do
Ilum, if we're
what I'm going
Finish
to
it,
do
finish it.
instead what I'm going to do instead when it comes to Starkiller Base is this. We see it on a screen effectively do what is a test fire. So you see the thing power up, you see the blast that it does to the point where it affects planets nearby as it passes, and it seems like it's going to hit, but at the last second it misses. And the reason why it misses is because even though the thing is operational, it takes a lot of calculations to get to calibrate the firing mechanisms so that it hits what's effectively a moving target.
yes.
Yeah, it can't. Unlike the Death Star, which could move between places and be close enough for it not to matter, for orbital mechanics not to matter, essentially. They're trying to hit sometimes systems away. So
yeah,
and
Actually, sorry, Xander, go ahead.
and the big thing there is that also, since they're using the core of a planet as the firing mechanism, cores of planets do not have a steady energy output by any means.
No,
they are not a reactor. Those tidal forces are they are reliable, and you can calculate them within a certain amount. But it's going to be still a pretty wide variance if you look at the minutiae of things. So it's going to make the firing inconsistent as well.
And
Well, no, what you should have it do is towards the end of the first movie, you should have everybody sitting around and talking, and then somebody comes in with an important message, and it happens to be Jakku, and half of Jakku has been turned to glass, and you see a near miss from a large Death Star-like beam. And that's when you see the fear on Finn's face, because he knows what it is.
That's the end of Act 2.
yeah, I can definitely go with that. And with
Act
that,
3. Act 2. Yeah, because we're already in Act 3 at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah. So because of that, they know where it is, and they know it's going to take a bit of time to try and disable it. So the plan is twofold. You have a decent-sized fleet engage Starkiller Base's defenses, while you have Finn, Rey, and Poe act as the other side of the pincer. Trying to shut the thing down while the defenses are distracted.
The infiltration team, yeah.
By the way, Monk, I propose that the planet that the core is being used, Ilum, because remember in Jedi Fallen Order where they revealed that the Ilum still had a functioning Jedi temple?
I'm actually going to veto that.
Why?
It raises too many questions.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yes, I just realized I just referenced Batman Forever. I don't care. But more importantly, the approach that I want to go with is twofold. Because obviously this is the moment where you can have a bit of ground war. If we want to do a callback to the idiot charge, we can do that at Poe's expense. I'd say another gag that can be done is for starters have the notion of first is when during the debriefing it's made clear that the infiltration team should be voluntary. Asking for any volunteers. Rey puts her hands up. Rey puts her hands up first. Finn tries to talk it down, in a three-way argument between Rey, Finn, and Poe, and all three of them end up agreeing to do it. But here's where the catch comes in. They're not because of the fact that they need rapid insertion. They are not going down in a ship. No, okay, show of hands. Who here knows what ODST stands for?
You want to live forever, Ape?
Here's a better question. Who here knows what a drop pod is?
I'd like to take a roller coaster from low orbit. Let's do it.
That's the approach that they're taking. They are getting sent in drop pods, meaning they're effectively being put in glorified torpedoes and shot at the planet.
Oh, cue the fucking Space Marine music from Dawn of War.
So you can have a scene where they try and regroup and then do the infiltration, which goes about how you'd expect, smoothly at first, but then something happens to make it worse.
Again, Imperial Star Destroyer of A New Hope ringing back, because this is still partially homage.
Yeah. But the thing with all these homages is that when we use homages in this approach, it's not there for its own sake.
Yeah, it's additive. We're being additive with it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
take elements of the past and turn it into something new.
Yeah. The reason why I'd want to use the shortest heroic charge ever is because, one, that's hilarious, and two, it's completely within character.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't even do some sort of stop and then run the other way. Just run right in, then run right the hell out, and just going, that way is not going to work. Time for a new plan.
Yep.
But the climax of this is the person who's at the controls. And I know some people are saying, what about the fight in the forest when the planet goes unstable? Hold that thought. Because
table that.
What I'm going with instead is that the person who is overseeing the controls for Starkiller Base is Captain Phasma.
Yeah.
And this is where I end up firing that Chekhov's gun, because as soon as Phasma turns around and Finn hears her voice, he goes nuts.
He loses his shit. He's enraged. He comes unhinged. Basically, tries to lunge at her in retaliation for what he did to her, or for what she did to him when he was younger.
See, that's the approach that I'd probably have with this kind of thing is while he certainly had some degree of training, especially with that whole scene with the vibro blades, he's still outclassed.
Yes, he's
She's
out of
not
Phasma
for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
I know, right? Yeah.
And
that rank is.
I'd probably have it that she outclasses him without even drawing her weapon.
Unarmed.
Yeah.
Just beats the ever-living fuck out of him.
Well, probably doesn't even need to. He's tiring himself out because he's enraged. He's not thinking.
Oh yeah.
So she's just dodging his wide swings, his reckless abandon, which, by the way, has now dragged Rey and Poe into a conflict that they may not have needed to make into a full-scale conflict.
Yeah.
And Rey and Poe can't get close to help because Finn is just as likely to hurt them as he is to not hit Phasma. In fact, Phasma would likely take advantage of the fact that he's swinging around like a berserker on, the highest amount of steroids possible to get him to hurt them.
And the approach that I'd go when it comes to this is that either by a stray blaster shot hitting the base a little too hard, or something else. Basically, basically the fight has the unintended consequence of hitting the wrong button.
Oh shit! Yeah.
I actually think what it would be is Ray would probably try to break into the fight to help Finn calm him down,
Mm-hmm.
just because she realizes he isn't going to get anything done. And Poe is off to the side going, those look like things that do important stuff. Time to break them. Remember, Poe's the bridge of reason here between these two. So he's like,
I like that idea better simply because that fits within all three characters.
exactly! That's the point!
Yeah. But
no, I don't write. Nobody knows that I write. Never.
But once the destruct sequence is initiated, obviously all parties involved try and get out, and
Evacuation party.
They do have a rendezvous point that's going to be for exfil or exfiltration. But this is where, and I like the idea of a fight in a snowy forest. So I'm going to keep that, but this is where things do our own little spin on that. So the approach that I intend to do with this is just when they think that they're out of the woods, that they're finally at the point where they can get out of here and go home and relax, and maybe have a long talk about what happened.
Right.
That's when you see. Let's go with 4 knights who are just standing there, and they're not doing anything. And then you
Highly stationary.
then you zoom a little bit further in, and that's when you see Kylo.
So he's being escorted by his honor guard.
Yes.
Yep.
Giving him an entourage per se.
Adds to the intimidation factor.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yep.
And
What do you think the Emperor had royal guards in when he created the Empire, when he turned the Senate into the Empire?
Mm-hmm.
Even if they didn't do jack nor shit in the movies, and it wasn't until the animated series where they actually got their fucking asses. Anyway, moving on.
But the point is that I'm using this instance of Kylo's appearance basically as the boss fight, and you can kind of have a little bit of the early temptation because Kylo obviously knows that these two are force sensitive, and that's the reason why he's here.
Mm-hmm.
Because he wants them to be brought back, and even gives Finn the option of if you come back, you'll be at a higher position, so we can forgive your moment of weakness.
Of course, this is going to terrify Finn.
But
yes, it is.
But not as much as before.
No.
No. Oh hell no.
But this is a moment where Rey ends up being in an intense fight for Act 3. Because as somebody who we've established is staunchly independent to a fault, the idea
Screw
that
you, I don't want anything to do with you either. Fuck off.
Yeah. And although a bit of a question that I do want to ask, because we brought up the whole vibroblade thing, when it comes to Rey in the film early on, she was seen as adept using a staff. So I'm curious if she should have some sort of double-bladed vibroblade to keep with that theme.
Yeah.
Vibro staff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely, she should.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when it comes to this particular fight, I see this going down as Rey is not fighting like a berserker in this, so she's not completely getting her ass kicked, but it's very clear that that Kylo is toying with
No.
her.
Yeah, he's not trying. And let's also not forget the fact that while vibroblades can be used to fend lightsabers, it's temporary.
Yes.
They are physical. They are physical weapons, and eventually that lightsaber stream is going to damage them beyond repair.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, that leads into how I'd have the climax of this fight. And something that I do want to note is because I've made clear in the past, I love the whole concept of the forms of saber fighting.
Yep.
So do I.
So, in a bit of an approach that I would take with this, with somebody like Kylo, his proclivities are going to lean more towards Form 5, Gem So.
Oh yeah, Jin So, yeah.
Whereas, even though she's a rank amateur at this point with it, Rey's approach is going to lean more towards Form 4. The whole point is that obviously she can't match him when it comes to pure strength, so it's a case of
Ataru.
Yeah.
I'll just have to try and out evade anything that he could do.
Yeah, it's what Qui-Gon and Yoda primarily used.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And Anakin.
Well, no, Anakin
And to
was
a lesser extent Ahsoka at times.
Anakin was very much a Gemso user.
Yeah. The thing about Gem So is that it has a lot of parallels with European broadsword fighting and kendo. You're matching strength.
Oh right, yeah.
And the approach that the other reason that she would take this sort of approach is it minimizes the amount of times where she would have to actually try and parry his weapon. Since as you mentioned, vibroblades can be used to parry, but only to a point.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as how she'd know that, it's more of a case of not necessarily knowing, but just having a feeling of probably not a good idea to push it.
Yeah.
Right.
She wouldn't have any formal training in Ataru. She would much more likely have she'd much more likely act as she always had with her staff, and just get the idea of don't get hit, not even on my weapon.
Mm-hmm. But eventually,
perfect curb stop.
Yeah, but eventually that weapon does wear down, and just before the final blow is struck, she ends up instinctively reaching out and grabs the lightsaber of one of the knights.
Oh!
Not even knowing what she was doing, just reaching out for anything to help.
Absent-mindedly acquire.
And to be fair, this would actually be a callback all the way back to episode 4.
Mm-hmm.
Let go of your conscious self and act on instinct.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! Yeah. Luke's first training scene. Yeah.
which is Form 3, Soresu.
Yeah. Now, and it's at that time that they finally end up getting help. So it's more a case of just backing him off and then hightailing it the hell out.
Mm-hmm. Hauling ass.
And this is a moment where you could have a spot where one part of the help is Chewie, who actually shows how destructive that crossbow of his can be.
The bow gun.
Mm-hmm. Okay, if we want to get pedantic, it's bowcaster, but who's counting?
Oh yeah, it is the bowcaster.
Bowguns are Monster Hunter.
I'm not going to do the whole thing of Kylo Ren shrugging off getting hit, but one other thing that I do want to highlight is in that little bit of parry, Kylo gets slightly nicked. And,
ooh, just grazed.
Yeah, so you end up with a telling scratch on his mask, and as they're leaving, you see Ren take his mask off, And
Mm.
in a normal situation, and in fact, the Knights are probably expecting that they're going to get their ass kicked like the other one did earlier. But instead, he just looks at them escaping and just he says nothing. He just smiles. And that's the end of that. That's the end of that scene. And afterwards they end up heading back to base, get a hero's welcome. But you would think that's where it ended, but really that's not going to be the case, because just as things are winding down, and someone approaches the three of them and asks specifically for only Rey and Finn.
Let me guess, it's Luke.
What ends up happening is first off, them getting the first person that appears that I'm thinking with this is either Han or Leia, who congratulates them and says that they knew about what happened in the barn, what happened on planet, and there's someone who wants to meet them to help them. And that's when you reveal out of the shadows where this is taking place, Luke.
Yeah.
And
save him until the absolute very end.
Mm-hmm.
And he also isn't in self-exile.
He's not.
Yeah.
He's not in self-exile. But you can probably have it where he ends up leading them to that same planet where
Octo.
Mostly because they need to be in a place that's isolated for this, and that's how you'd end that's how you'd end this first movie.
Yeah.
So you clearly have a dynamic with the three of them. You have the teasings of what's going to happen in the future. You have a villain who is clearly established with his hierarchy, and you have the seed set for the next two films. Now,
and you have a behind the scenes BBEG who is wholly much more satisfying than Snoke could ever be.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, for the other two films, I don't know if we should go as in depth, because there's a lot for us to go over there.
Yes.
But we should cover the basics on this.
Yeah.
Because
cover our basics.
Yeah, cover our basics from going forward. Now, for the second movie especially, because really that's just going to be the escalation of things.
Yes.
Remember, it's going to be our Empire Strikes Back, where shit just goes completely wrong.
What it should have been to begin with.
Yeah. Now, for the second film, obviously the focus has to be on Poe, because no matter how much we may hate it, at least even in the original trilogy, the one thing they had to get right was that they established Rey as the main character. She's the one that has to finish things out. Here, though, it's not as bad, because Rey is actually a good character now.
And she's actually
not Mary Sue
tolerable
anymore.
Yeah,
and she's actually
And
tolerable
she has
and a
failures.
personable character.
And one at a time.
Yeah.
Xana?
Anyway.
I was saying she actually has character flaws that make sense. She isn't getting everything handed to her on a silver platter. And I'm going to say it right now, before we even get into episode 8 or 9, she is not the granddaughter of Palpatine.
No.
I'm nipping that in the bud right fucking now.
Yeah,
No.
let's go ahead. We're blowing that up.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
That is all of the explosives that just piled around that idea. Fuck you to oblivion.
Yeah, we're getting rid of that. Anyway.
Guys, I'm going to have to call it early night, so later.
Have a good night, Mike. Good to
Stay
see you.
frosty, Mike.
Ciao.
Yeah.
Anyway, so for the second movie, and this actually works out because and again, going with the parallel to Empire, that movie, while Luke had his part to play and he was definitely an important character, a lot of the second movie, a lot of Empire was focused on Han.
Yeah.
So
Carbonite.
by extension, we're doing the same thing here, but once again, we're doing it the right way.
Mm-hmm.
Because while we're doing
Okay.
similar stuff, while we're doing similar parallels, we're also doing it in different ways and establishing our own story with this.
Mhm.
Now, this is where my lack of watching the sequel films and knowing Poe's character at all is going to haunt me because I have no fucking clue how we were going to do this.
It doesn't matter now that
It
we've
doesn't.
changed him so intrinsically in the first film. We have an open canvas.
All right, fair enough.
Yes.
So with this film, we have to establish Poe's. We start digging a little deeper into Poe's past, like how he got to this point, and using that
Backstory. Yeah.
Yeah, and using that to show how much he's grown and to show why he is the centerpiece. Now, of course, while this is all going on, since we've established this, we now have Luke training Rey and Finn
On Octo.
on Octo.
It's a nice echo back to Yoda and Luke on Dagobah.
Yeah.
And in fact, he'll probably mention Yoda at some point. Like, this feels very much like how I was with my master Yoda.
And as you did point out that the Empire didn't focus on Luke so much, it kind of put him on a bus. Empire kind of put him on a bus until the climax at the end.
It did.
And so that's what we're doing with Rey and Finn here. We're putting them on a bus to become better Force sensitives and possibly nascent Padawans.
Now, I think what you're gonna have to do is we're gonna establish Rey as who's gonna be someone who's more adept and learns better at becoming a Jedi. But to counterbalance that, her ego starts getting in the way. Her independence kind of forms an ego out of that. Not severely, but enough that you can introduce that temptation.
And I also would posit that because of that, she's more likely just to focus on the Force powers that are going to be useful to her. Things like Force pull, Force push, Force throwing your weapon, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Lightsaber throw. Lightsaber throw.
And she's not going to look into the whole being one with the Force, which is I think part of Finn's made a massive transformation through the first movie. He's breaking past his previous cowardice and self-hatred, and this is a time for him to, through the Force, find a center he never knew he had.
Exactly, and that's why he's gonna be more balanced in his Force training. He might, and given that he still has his reservations, his a little bit of cowardice, you could have him lean a little bit more towards stuff like Force speed, the Jedi mind trick, Force healing.
And I think Luke is going to give him a pep talk. Luke is a person who gives pep talks really well. And
he is very convincing and very upliftingly, very successfully uplifting motivational speeches.
Yeah, so you can do that with him.
And I think
the whole thing with Vader in Return of the Jedi.
Flutter.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
You're over.
I think that let's actually get this bus aspect of them out of the way before we focus fully in on Poe. Finn is going to be focusing on his center. Luke is going to give him whatever motivation that needs to happen, and we're going to have somewhat of a wholesome connection between Finn and Luke. It's going to be your Obi-Wan and Luke all over again. They're going to be very close.
Actually, the thing about it is, the reason why that happens and why I don't think it'll be exactly like that, but similar.
Well, I'm talking about the feeling, the closeness, the
dynamic.
The dynamic.
That's where I think you're on the money there. And the way they do that is the fact that Finn's hesitance to step up is not all that unsimilar to Luke's.
No.
Yeah. But then we're going to get the other flip side of Luke's training here. When Rey starts becoming a little more arrogant, starts becoming really full of herself. First, Luke is going to try and break it down to, you can't do that. It's going to lead to you and others getting hurt. And then we're going to get the Dagobah cave moment all over again for Rey.
Yes.
Basically, yes. The moment starts with her being reprimanded by Luke.
I mean, we're not going to have her literally go into the cave, fight Kylo Ren, and the mask comes off and it's her underneath. That would be derivative and dumb.
Yes.
Although
but
that does give me an idea. Because the idea of going this might be a bit fan wanky, but run with me on this.
Okay.
I am considering her going into some sort of cave of evil analog, but instead of finding herself, it seems like she finds the sort of dark version of herself that was teased when it came to Rise of Skywalker that went nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
But when she ends up striking it down, a different voice ends up being trying to be a calming presence. Because I want to reference someone who was used by the light and once had the title of Darth, but lost that and simply became his old name after all.
The Reconstructing.
Actually,
If I remember. Go ahead.
the person who I'm thinking of using in this, because I loved the way his voice actor ended up working out in Rebels during his brief appearance, is the Force Ghost of Maul.
Oh yeah.
I can see that. I can see that. I would think that this Cave of Evil analog, though, should be another forest to bring back her darkest time from the previous movie, against Kylo Ren. The Knights of Ren are going to show up again, but it's not going to be Kylo Ren in the center. It'll be her dark her, which is, of course, which of course is terrifying in the extreme to anyone. I mean, it was terrifying for Luke. It'll be terrifying for her. And then when she comes out of it, because she is a character that, while wildly independent, also knows right and wrong. She's gonna be a little bit paralyzed on what to do, because she's not gonna want to admit, that Luke was just 100% right, because that doesn't fly with how her character is. Though she has to trust people,
No.
But at the same time, she's not going to want to bat away his hand when he stretches it out.
Brush him off when he offers her his help.
Yeah, so I think in this instance she's going to be a little paralyzed, and Luke's going to understand, and he's just going to kind of let her do her own thing for a little while before she's like, "That was weird," and approaches him.
Well,
which is
what you should do.
Go ahead, Doku.
I was gonna say what you should do to contrast Finn and Rey. Since you guys brought up that Finn would be a little more apprehensive and Rey's more focused on using the Force for, what's the most useful, what's most powerful. Have her get a little too tied up into the power because, we want to establish, one's more Force sensitive, one's a quicker learner, and the other is a little more apprehensive. Have her go a little too hard against Finn, and that results in Rey being kind of reprimanded by Luke, but also results in Finn getting a pep talk from Luke at the same time. And you use that contrast to lead into Rey having her Dagobah cave moment, where she actually draws a parallel to Kylo having, his type of outburst, where she kind of gets caught up in the power, and she also has her own outburst. And then you can, without doing the whole it's me behind the mask thing, you can still draw parallels to Rey is susceptible to the same thing, and you can also make the Reylos happy, where they don't have to be related by blood, but you can see how through the Force and through their own character actions that they could they can easily fall to the same type of getting caught up in their own power, which would make Rey in the future set up very well as being, a fight fire with fire type of Force for Kylo.
when it comes to the whole Raylo thing, honestly, the whole Ray and Kylo communicating through the Force and all that, that isn't really feasible with the way we've demonstrated both of these characters in this case.
No, the dyad in and of itself isn't feasible at all.
Well, I don't want to use the Raylo
because-
thing. I more want to establish it as like Ray and Kylo being kind of the
Parallels.
same. Yeah, parallels in regards to how they use the Force and their power and the fact that they're both extremely Force sensitive. But as far as, being related in any way, shape, or form, no, it doesn't have to be anything like that.
To use a favorite quote of mine, that day, if our positions were switched, would our fates be different?
We're not so different, you and I.
Yeah, but mine's
God damn
Devil
it.
May Cry 5, and I love that quote.
No, I know. I'm just throwing it out.
God.
And yes, I realize this means I'm comparing Kylo Ren to Virgil, but god damn it, Virgil deserves it.
Well,
At least this
Virgil-
version of Kylo Ren fits that, so it's not as evil.
Exactly. It's not the unfortunate role Adam Driver got dealt.
I am.
The reason I bring this up though is not only do I want Ray to be essentially a negative to Kylo, but also it gives Finn more of a purpose to the story where he helps balance out Ray, and the two work off of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Which can also mean you can make Kylo a little bit more OP because you don't have to have a one-on-one. Harker or going back to Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan versus Darth Maul. You can make Kylo a new Darth Maul in terms of how powerful and how skilled he is, which makes him an even more terrifying villain.
One thing that I did want to establish throughout this training is kind of the things that they would emphasize, especially when it comes to forms, because obviously, I think there's enough time that's passed where Luke has knowledge of the forms and has plenty of texts that have disseminated through the Resistance.
Well, and
yeah.
Luke was officially by the end of Empire Strikes Back. We see, or not by the end of Empire Strikes Back, but by the end of Return of the Jedi, we see him use at least 4 different lightsaber forms. So he's probably got all 7 down at this point.
But
Yeah.
I'd say between the two, Ray would probably be trained in as a Form 4 specialist.
I think Finn would be
Finn
Mace Windu's
Finn would probably
Vapad.
Finn would probably be the one person.
Oh,
who
yeah,
would have
Vapad, yeah.
who would probably have the ability of the method of self control through his training to be able to learn Vapad. Because
Mace Windu's. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Monk.
well, the thing about Vapad is the fact that you are drawing upon other people's negative emotions and channeling that against them. But
It's a modification of the original Form 7, which took your own emotions and channeled them into the fight.
yeah, and
Mace Windu was a goddamn genius.
and the
He
reason
was.
the reason why given how you had said that he was taken more to that Finn has a more natural inclination to the spiritual side of Force training, then he would be somebody who would have the potential discipline to do so. In fact, he'd if you were to use the whole class thing with Jedi, he'd probably lean towards being a counselor, whereas someone like Rey would lean more towards a guardian.
A consular, yeah.
But when it comes to, obviously that's in the background. There's one thing that we do need to address before we get into Poe, and that is the bullshit of him trying to kill Ben.
Never happened. Never fucking happened. That's another thing. Dynamite right there. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Oh, before you
I
guys
know-
move on, there is one other thing I want to bring up because I want to say it before I forget it.
Go ahead.
Because I do think at some point in time, Finn and Rey do need to fight Kylo 2-on-1, a la Darth Maul style. There needs
Duel
to
of
be
Fates, yes.
there
I wanna
needs
do
to
a Duel of
be
Fates.
yes, exactly. There needs to be a moment where Rey is overpowering Kylo, and Finn, for whatever reason during the fight, has kind of been knocked out, and you think he's out of the fight. And Rey almost strikes Kylo down, except she misses just by a little bit and ends up cutting the mask off to harken back to the scar that he had. And the only reason that she didn't split him in two is because back when in the very, very, very first scenes in Force Awakens, how Kylo stops the laser blast with the Force. Finn, being the kind of more grounded, more self-control one, stops Kylo from stepping forward to cut down Rey by holding his foot or his leg in place, and that's the only thing that saves his life. And Kylo then retreats. Have Rey get pissed off at Finn and say, oh, "Why'd you do that? I was going to kill him. He would be dead." And Finn's response to her should be something along the lines of, "Then you'd be no better than him, or I didn't want to see you become like him." Something along those lines, harkering back
I
to
think
you.
you're jumping ahead a little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I was gonna
am.
say, I think
I
for the-
am.
I think
I know I am. I just wanted to get it out before I forgot because I do think a moment like that would have a lot of significance.
See, I like the idea, but I think for this movie, Finn is not the one that fight. Finn does not get involved in the fight with Kylo in this fight.
Mm-hmm.
We keep it with Rey for two reasons. One, she still wants to get another shot at him after how she got trounced last time and only only survived by the skin of her teeth. Second, again, that Force trading. Yes, she's learned a little bit from that cave incident, but she still's got that little bit of ego. So combine that with her need to get revenge.
and I'm also combining in some Faustian temptation in this movie.
Yes.
After Rey has a one-on-one duel with Kylo, and Kylo retreats because he's told to at this point.
He's ordered to fall
Stand
back.
down. He doesn't retreat all the way. He just steps back a few feet, and then we have Mara Jade appear
Ooh.
because Rey is very useful, and she sees in her what Kylo Ren lacks.
Now,
Faustian bargains. I love that.
Now, getting to the matter with Poe, I do. Now, the idea that given how we've established that the Resistance is a much more well-oiled machine in this case, the idea that the Resistance is on its last legs, I'm nuking that from orbit.
Yep, that's
Agreed.
gone.
What I'm doing instead is that and you have what seems to be a typical skirmish, but that's where things end up going south.
Terribly, horribly wrong.
Because what they didn't realize is that the approach to that, because of the fact that even with the fact that it's a well-oiled thing, the approach that the Resistance has been taking is very similar to the approach that, say, the Mantis Warriors or the White Scars would take, or any of the Sons of the Khan.
That's a pretty bad approach to take with a very large military force, as evidenced by the White Scars.
The point is that their approach is hit and run tactics. So when it comes to convoys, they would attack supply lines and then get out, and do it over multiple angles so that they appear to have more numbers than they actually do. A lot of harrying tactics. In this particular instance, the problem is the ambush had called for reinforcements that managed to come in at the wrong time. at the wrong time. So they think that they're attacking a few first order freighters, and then a much bigger warship shows up, and that's when they have to run.
And this is exactly where you use the dreadnought because, oh hey, it's back and forth, kind of a stalemate. Oh shit, we're actually winning. Okay, let's, reinforcements showed up. Yeah, we're gonna win. And then one ship shows up, and it's like, oh crap, we're fucked. Let's go to hyperspace. Oh shit, we can't. Why? Because there's an interdictor cruiser.
Yeah.
Fuck. And then your fleet gets broken, and now the tide of the entire war shifts. Now it seems desperate.
Yeah, you have the dreadnought have interdictor tech, so basically they can only travel through non-light speed means away, and that's only going to go for so long. And that now the whole thing with the mission to get the key to get the safecracker from the casino planet, we're nuking that from orbit.
Okay.
To get the what from the where? The who? The MacGuffin from the MacGuffin planet? What?
Mhm.
Exactly.
Capitalism bad. Space capitalism worse. Anyways, I'm sorry.
A
low-hanging fruit, I know.
What we're doing now, as far as the safecracker character, we're keeping that, but
DJ.
yeah, but we are changing the circumstance a bit. Instead,
Basically, back to the whole nuking. Yeah, we're nuking Canto Bight. I agree. Just moving on.
But
Rails.
what we are doing instead is that this is a case where just when things seem hopeless, Poe decides to do the whole thing of I think I know a guy who might be able to help, and it's through that you have him going off on his own to get the particular help that might assist them. As far as it being a chase, I'm debating between it being a chase or them managing to hide in a large city that's too large, but the dreadnought can't just blow it up from distance.
Oh no, Mildred. Feel free to toss this idea out. But what you should do is you should have the safecracker character actually be
DJ.
someone who is
DJ Doku. Unless we're using an entirely new safecracker.
You're missing the point, Flutter.
Okay.
Forest for the trees.
Yes, my mistake. Continue, Doku.
Yeah, no, you should have a safecracker character, but instead of the way they did it in Last Jedi, you should have him already be a prisoner on one of the ships that's engaging in the fleet battle, and he's a prisoner of the Resistance. And so Poe, going against orders, is like, wait, this guy said something about this, or, we're going to die if we don't do something. Oh, wait a second. I remember this guy. We should go get him. And they're like, no, he's worked with the First Order before. We can't trust him. Gets turned down. He does it anyways because, well, if we don't take out the introductor technology that's on the Dreadnought, we're going to die anyways. So, fuck it. Why not? Rather than getting rid of the whole I can track you for through hyperspace thing, have the safecracker know something about the introductor technology and know how to turn it off remotely or how to get away from it or defeat it. And that's where Poe has his little rebellion moment and ends up saving what's left of the fleet that hasn't been destroyed, and now they can escape.
Now, one other thing that I need to mention that we're nuking from orbit, Holdo.
Yes.
We do not keep Admiral Hodo.
If I absolutely have to keep her, then I'm probably going to be taking a cue from how the Critical Drinker handled it. The idea that they are on two sides of the situation, where but the approach is neither one is technically wrong, but neither one is right either.
Real quick, don't mean to interrupt, but I'm heading out, guys. The wifey's demanding attention, and it's Valentine's Day. I'm not fucking with that. Well,
no.
All right.
Have a good one, Shades.
Frosty Shades. Thanks for hanging out.
Yep, latest.
Mildred, what it should be, it should have been Captain Holdo and Admiral Leia Organa. And
Yes!
Captain Holdo thinks she knows better, but Leia Organa's ship got blown up, and then they have a spat back and forth where it's like, oh, well, your flagship got blown up, so you're on my ship now. I'm Captain Holdo, and this is my ship. Leia's like, I'm still the Admiral. Yeah, well, your ship got blown up. I should be the Admiral. Have them have a spat back and forth. That would be a lot better.
Agreed.
It wouldn't be a long spat. Leia would eviscerate the fuck out of Holdo.
Mm-hmm.
Which we would all enjoy watching.
Yes.
Let's not forget that Leia in the trilogy was very, very whip tongued, sharp as a fucking razor.
Oh yeah.
When it comes, you can probably have it where it's a case of a slow building tension between the two of them, where they have slight disagreements but then back off. Then it gets more heated, then they back off until eventually it gets heated enough where Leia just has enough of it, and this bitch is getting right into her face, and just the sound of one hand clapping.
I can just imagine a scene where Captain Holdo is getting uppity with Leia, and it's like, oh yeah, well, it's my ship, and then Leia just turns around and goes, yeah, and your ship is part of my fleet.
And just smacks, and you can probably have somebody else just going, saw that coming.
Mm-hmm. Also, we could at least give Akbar one or two lines in that one too.
But something else I do want to highlight is that when it comes to this particular safecracker, and the reason why I was playing coy with the name is so that I can use it as a kind of blank slate. But when it comes to this one, you end up meeting him in the Poe ends up meeting him in the holding deck, and then he sees the guy and he's like, oh crap, it had to be you. And that's where it's revealed that these two have a history. Specifically, the fact that on a job a long time ago, Poe screwed him over.
You're making Poe kind of more like Han, aren't you?
Poe is the Han.
Yes.
No,
Yeah, no,
that's what we established in the first part.
Yeah, I missed that. So, but I'm still catching on, which means you're a better writer than Ryan Johnson.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get into that. That's a different story.
Yeah.
I know. Low hanging fruit. My apologies.
That's the low hanging fruit that's already on the ground and rotting, Doku.
We already established that with this second film, the focus is on Poe having to come to terms with the secrets in his own past, and the safecracker is acting as the representative of that, because I'd imagine with somebody like Poe, his rap sheet is similar in a way to Constantine, in the fact that he has a long, illustrious list of enemies and allies who he is on tenuous relationships with. And in this particular person's case, he screwed him over, and this particular safecracker still has a bit of beef.
A bit of beef? Are you sure he doesn't have the whole side?
Yes.
What you should do is, because Poe would already be going against orders to get the safecracker's help, because he would obviously know that since he worked with them in the past, because he obviously screwed him over. Okay, we have to steal a ship. You can steal the ship, but I can't pilot it. So Poe has to pilot it. So they're forced to work together, and you got to get me close enough to shut off the introductor so that we can escape into hyperspace. And there's still the risk that we might be left behind.
Although there is one other character who was at the center of controversy that we need to figure out if we can salvage.
Are we talking about?
Don't say what you think I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Tico. It's fucking
Rose.
Tico, isn't it?
Rose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, we can salvage Rose Tico.
Actually,
have her be a mechanic on the ship that Poe and the safecracker steal, and she just gets stuck and she's along for the ride.
I was gonna go with either that or she's in the brig with our safecracker. i.e., that's two people that he screwed over in the past.
Yeah.
I like an idea better than the first idea. They're both people that Poe has not treated well, and so you have two people harping on him during this entire adventure.
Yep.
Pretty much.
The thing is, you should make Rose someone that actually worked for the First Order, so she should have every intention to turn them both over to them, especially if the fleet decides to leave them behind after the introductor field is gone. And she's stuck with, well, a guy that screwed her over and someone who really doesn't matter much to her. You could have a nice little, three-way back and forth between those three stuck on a ship in the middle of nowhere surrounded by the First Order. That could be a nice little drama scene stuck in space.
The thing that makes this even better
Agreed.
is we've established the importance of a trinity with Poe as the medium. The whole id, ego, superego.
And he's still the medium here.
With something like this, we're flipping that particular concept on its head because he's still the medium. It's just that he's trying to keep the peace between two people who are trying to figure out which side of him to shoot first.
Actually, that would be good. That would actually be a really, really good scene with those three characters trapped on a relatively small ship.
So the way I see this is that when it's the original Trinity, it is Finn on one side of a precipice, Rey on the other side of a precipice, and Poe is the bridge. When it's this particular Trinity, it is Poe is the fulcrum of a seesaw, and he has to keep these two balanced very precariously.
Otherwise, he's gonna get a blaster from both sides of the face.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe if he can keep them arguing with each other about who's going to kill him first, that'll keep him alive long enough for them all to escape.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to this particular mission, when it comes to infiltration, I think this would be given how Lucas had at one point wanted to do something James Bond related. This is a good opportunity to have a bit of a callback. Make this particular thing our little infiltration mission, a full on infiltration.
Not nearly as comedic as Starkiller Base was, or as the original Imperial Star Destroyer was. Something where they actually do have to maintain stealth and get around without causing too much alarm, or they're absolutely screwed.
No.
We've established Poe as having a bit of history with smuggling and similar things, but this is where we can explore another side of him. Poe as a confidence man.
Yep.
Oh no, what you do is, okay, the introduction field is gone. Oh, hey, we're arguing, now the drama between Poe, Tico, and the Safecracker all come in, and it's just enough that the Resistance fleet, left you guys behind, and the only thing that stops them is, oh crap, is that the Dreadnought? Oh shit, yeah, we're being captured. Now it shifts to you have to work together, even though you don't want to, and then you can start the infiltration mission and then get the fuck out.
Rival team up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you force them into a situation where they have no choice but to work together.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, when it comes to this situation, eventually, as things always do, shit hits the fan, and they do manage to get out. Now,
They're back, guys.
Earlier we had talked about having Rey and Finn on the bus, and I'm curious if they should be involved in part of a last-minute rescue like we have with Empire Strikes Back, or if they should be doing something different.
Actually, I don't think they should. I think the escape should be the Safecracker, Tico, and Poe just escaping and getting back. Maybe they learned something while they're escaping the Dreadnought that's of grave importance to the Resistance. but I think we should leave Finn and Rey out of it completely.
Yeah.
Finn and Rey out of it completely.
Yeah.
Their focus should be Kylo.
Now,
Well-
that being said, the other thing I have to ask is when it comes to the salt planet, should we keep that in?
Yeah, honestly, I'd say scrap it. It doesn't really feel like it serves a purpose, especially not the direction that it sounds like this is going. The only way you should bring in the salt planet is if for some reason the ship that Poe, Tico, and Safecracker escape on is damaged during the escape and they crash land. That's the only way I see bringing in the salt planet makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Also, something I wanted to expand upon with Finn and Rey being on the bus and being on Octo with Luke. I think that the entire reason they have to fight Kylo Ren and then Mara Jade showing up with her Faustian bargain is because they used Finn and Rey to locate the last remaining Jedi Master.
Actually, I gotta ask, in this reimagining of the sequel trilogy, have we destroyed Star, or did we simply disable it?
It's gone.
It's gone. Yeah, Starkiller Base is gone.
That thing got blown the fuck up during during Finn and Phasma's little spat.
Yeah.
Okay. The reason I asked because I wanted to know if it was destroyed or disabled. Because if it was disabled, while Finn and Rey are training with Luke on Octo, wouldn't it be a great way to end the second movie if you just see it appear above Octo?
No.
No.
That's entirely out of nowhere and makes no narrative sense.
Yeah.
Well, even the Death Star could use hyperspace. Okay, well, what about the Dreadnought
never
appearing
did.
above Octo?
But neither version never did, because there was no need for it to.
Well, and the big thing here is that remember that our big bad evil guy is now Grand Admiral Thrawn. Mm-hmm. We have no Snoke. Snoke is gone. That's why Mara Jade is involved. Thrawn is not going to announce the presence of, hey, we found out where Luke Skywalker is, let's go get him. And Thrawn is also not someone who's just going to go there to kill him.
Hell no.
But what Thrawn is not going to say, make the Dreadnought go to Octo to capture Luke Skywalker, because that A, announces his presence, B, draws all eyes to him, and C, makes it so that capture is immediately followed by rescue rather than something more covert. So
I wasn't thinking that they're going there for Luke. I was thinking they're more going there for Rey and Finn.
Well,
Luke is just kind of, it's like, oh, this is where you've been.
Besides the point. But Doku, that's besides the point. Thrawn would never do that.
Yeah, but the big thing here is that Thrawn would have used the fact that Finn and Rey are Force sensitives, and the fact that they're with this, this second coming of the rebellion, because that's exactly what they are, and I still don't know why they just.
Well, I'm not thinking Thrawn does it. I'm thinking it's actually more Kylo.
Well, the problem is that as I said at the end of the fight with Kylo Ren, between Rey and Kylo, where it's just the one-on-one at the end of this movie, he's told to stand down because Mara Jade comes forward with her Faustian bargain. Mm-hmm. This implies that yes, Kylo Ren is a badass. Yes, Kylo Ren is a threat. There's always someone bigger, and now they're moving to become more involved, which ramps us up for movie 3. Mm-hmm. And so what would happen is it'd be, a day of training like any other, and then Luke has his Obi-Wan moment of sensing something terrible.
Of sensing a disturbance in the Force.
Yes, but I'm not going to use a disturbance in the Force because that's Obi-Wan's territory. I don't think even Luke would do that. He would be more like, we need to leave now. And then you'd have the Knights of Ren, all of them, every one of them, come out of the woodwork and surround them. And you'd have Kylo Ren pop out, and that's when Kylo and Rey have their one-on-one duel because Finn is not involved in it yet. And then as Rey is a lot more trained now, and Kylo is a lot more unstable because of his losses. They're a bit more evenly matched, but she's still being slightly overwhelmed. And
Yes,
before
very
any
level.
yeah,
But
Flutter.
Go ahead, Zana.
And because of that, before any damage can come to her potential recruit, Mara Jade orders him to stand down. He steps back and disengages the lightsaber. She steps forward, talks about lines of potential and all that fun stuff. And then, because they do have the upper hand, also, if you don't come with us, we'll raze this planet to the ground.
Let's see, that actually works with what I was thinking is this is Kylo acting of his own accord, and we don't even know it until Mara shows up. It's like, oh, orders him to stand down. It's like, oh, so Kylo disobeyed orders and was acting emotionally and irrationally, and then now
He
you
was
can
acting
understand.
insubordinately is what he was doing.
And
yeah, and that would segue into things nicely, where it's, oh, okay.
But this gives, to finish the point I'm making, this gives a reason to separate Rey and Finn in order to contrast them more clearly and also develop them into individuals, and also sets up the stage for Rey to be the final focus in the last movie. Because she'll be taken away from Octo. And Mara Jade, the Knights of Ren, will all leave just fine, and Kylo will be the only one who's pissed off and goes, but the other guys! And Mara will basically bitch slap him and go, you've done enough damage. Shut up.
Learn your place.
Learn your place. And also, it's a great way to segue Thrawn into an active role for the final movie.
Yes, since he's the final big bad.
And he's still going to get away in the end because no one catches Thrawn.
No!
Now, that does lead us into the the other thing is obviously because of how this is set up, the whole thing of destroying the Jedi text and all that, that's not happening.
Yep.
Although one coda that I'm thinking of putting at the end of this second film, where it seems like there's a wall between it and Finn is alone again. That's when he ends up hearing a voice telling him that he's not alone, and he ends up seeing the not just the Force ghost of one Jedi, say Obi-Wan, but then slowly seeing other Force ghosts walk in and sit with him, and
like Anakin for one. Yeah.
It starts off with one, then you see two, then three, then more, until it looks like he is, as a kind of callback to when a retinue of resistance soldiers cheered him on as the new recruit and welcomed him in. You're now seeing this with the Force ghosts of Jedi past.
And then finally, to step behind Finn and put a hand on his shoulder, Luke goes, we've got this, basically.
Actually,
gives him a little bit of reinsurance.
You should make it look like they're all sitting down to convene for a Jedi Council meeting.
Yeah.
No, because this isn't a Jedi Council meeting. These are the last few Jedi, and they need to bring balance back to the Force. This is no longer we're discussing politics.
The reason why I'm going with this approach is because of the fact that Finn had the thing that terrifies Finn more than anything else is the idea of being completely isolated. But the Force ghosts have, especially since he's up until this point he's felt like something has always made him fail when people were counting on him, whether it be his own temper or outside factors. He puts that on himself. Basically, I'm saying that Finn has a bit of an Atlas complex, and the reason for this scene with a group of Force ghosts is to show that you can still do. Just because you failed doesn't mean you can't succeed. Basically trying to reassure him, and since one Jedi in the form of Luke could only reassure someone so much. That's why you have all these different Force ghosts showing, no, you're not alone.
Yep. And then, like I said, at the end, Luke, hand on Finn's shoulder. We can do this. We got it. We got a lot of work to do. Let's go do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the call to action for Finn on his part. It's a call to action for Rey as she's taken away, and Mara starts being insidious and trying to convince her that the dark side is where she really belongs. It's Poe who now has many more responsibilities under his belt after having A, made peace with people he screwed over and thus his past, and B, saving a resistance fleet. I hate that name. That's so dumb.
Okay. Let's get this out of the way. If we have to change the name of the resistance, what should we change it to? Because I'm personally thinking giving it a name that has some sort of connection to the person who essentially was the founder of the original alliance.
Mon Mothma.
Yeah.
No, not Mon Mothma.
Oh.
Well, why don't you
Gary.
contrast the Galactic Empire with the Galactic Alliance?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I could certainly see Galactic Alliance. But I wanted to make some sort of reference to Malik, since
Oh yeah.
because remember
Yeah. Force Unleashed.
Flutter,
Sorry.
sit down, and lay off and switch to D. I think you should be switching to decaf for a while.
My apologies, Mark.
My point is that for the time being, unless I can come up with a better name or anybody else can, I'm going with the Galactic Alliance.
That's fine, but we could always call them the Returners.
No. No. Damn it.
No, Mildred, if you want to reference Malik, that could be the name of one of the ships, the flagship of the Alliance fleet.
Starkiller.
Well, the fleet that gets I'm not sure which ship you should name it, but you should at least reference that the name of the ship is Malik. It'll be a nice Easter egg.
Yeah, agreed.
That I'm willing to go with.
The Returners. I thought it was clever. Come on now,
Yeah.
Monk. FF6 references for the win.
Zena, do you want us to get sued by Squeenix? Because that's how you get us sued by Squeenix.
How the hell are we gonna get sued?
We're not big enough for that.
One, we're not big enough for that, and two, genericide.
Fair enough. Anyway, Rails.
Now, that brings us to episode 3, and I'm actually more
Episode
inclined,
9.
I'm actually more inclined to use the name Duel of the Fates instead of the Rise of Skywalker.
Yes, its original name that when Trevorrow was the director instead of Abrams. Yeah.
Now, the reason I'm using this name is it has a more thematic fit, and obviously with this kind of name,
Agreed.
the whole Rey Skywalker thing is getting dropped. And speaking of that, when it comes to
Yes.
when it comes to the whole thing about Rey's parents,
They're normal.
I'm not going to have it that they just traded away their kid. What I am going to go on the notion of is that that a long time ago they were separated during an attack, and for as long as they knew, their daughter was dead. But
Mhm.
that being said, I am taking a bit of a cue from Fua in the sense that their parents and her parentage completely normal. There's
Mhm.
nothing special or out of the ordinary, and when she as a kind of minor scene, you can have it in episode 9 that she does meet them, but they already have established a family of their own, and they they don't even recognize her. But
Right.
just the fact that they're still alive is enough.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, as a small setting here to actually set the scene for this final movie,
Yeah.
we have at its essence the Trinity broken. All
Mhm.
three of them are in different areas doing different things, becoming individual characters. Yes, they'll still function as a Trinity when together, but this is the same sort of thing that happens on all heroes' journeys. Everyone does need to develop on their own.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And so, go ahead, Doku.
Nope. I just wanted to ask the three of you, without acknowledging exactly who Ray's parents were, how would you feel about just kind of a random line at some point where
Throwaway line.
Ray's great great grandfather was a representative of the Trade Federation?
No.
It doesn't add. Like
It's
Ray,
No.
it doesn't take away anything, but it doesn't add anything. It's a garnish on a dish.
That's
Yeah,
why I said it was a throwaway. I was just curious to see what your reaction to it would be.
ultimately, Ray's lineage, Ray's parentage, has no effect on the overarching plot other than to give her small motivations to find people.
Well, I was thinking tie her
Yes.
lineage back to Naboo.
That would be
Yeah, but
that would be just as pointless. The whole point of doing this is the fact that for a long time, for a long of resolving this mystery in a means that it's definitely solved, but it's not like there's some grand revelation or anything like that, because I don't like the idea of making where someone comes from be more important than what they've done and what they're doing now.
Oh no, I agree with you, because if you look at the Skywalker lineage past Anakin, that Anakin's just some kid from a fucking backwater desert planet. It doesn't matter. That's kind of the whole point.
Uh-huh.
I was just curious to see what you guys thought about it, but no, I tend to agree. Where does her lineage even matter? Does it add anything to the story?
No,
It doesn't.
It adds zero. And to further upon Monk's point about resolving the mystery, this was a mystery that didn't need resolution. If you don't have to explain something, then don't.
Show, don't tell.
Well, even then, if you don't have to show it, Monk and I have talked about this in past Geek Watches. There are things that are sometimes explained that don't need to be explained. This is side rails, and it'll feed into this point. For example, the explanation of how the Avatar cycle came to be in Legend of Korra. That didn't need to ever be explained.
No.
It was just assumed fact of the world, and that's all you needed to go to. There was some mystery there, but that's all you needed was to know the Avatar cycle works.
Mm-hmm.
So again, Rey's parentage, Rey's lineage, I mean, because of the fact that she was a Mary Sue and had so many powers and so many things, people wanted an explanation for why is she so powerful. And honestly, I think that using her lineage as the explanation was a terrible idea.
Agreed.
It should have just been.
It wrote her into a. It wrote her
Flutter.
character into a.
Flutter.
In the same way that Luke and Anakin didn't necessarily need a lineage or king's blood type of backstory.
Although
it actually adds.
We got that
Yeah.
with Anakin and midichlorians.
Yeah, I'm just ignoring that. I'm choosing to for that.
I am bringing that up because if I remember it, everyone else has to suffer with me.
But no, it adds more to the character just knowing it's like, why is this person so powerful? Why are they this? Why are they that? They're the chosen one. Yeah, it actually adds more to the character by not explaining that. So, they have king's blood. It's like, no, you're just lucky you stumbled across someone in the universe that was actually as powerful as they are, which also leads you to believe, is there only one of them? I don't know. Let's explore that in a later episode.
Yeah. Exactly. And since we've removed that complication from her character of being this overpowered Mary Sue, that explanation, the explanation already given in the original movie to try and the bad explanation that made things terrible is even less necessary than before. And so scrap it. It's gone. We don't need to care about her lineage. Like Mug said, small throwaway scene. She finds her parents, sees them, but they've already a family and moved on, and so she's glad that they're alive, and she moves on too. Mm-hmm. That's all you need. Mm-hmm. That catharsis.
Yeah.
Now, getting back onto the matter at hand. When it comes to the state of the resistance, sorry, the alliance up until this point, now as I mentioned in the past, Episode 9, as it was displayed in the real world, was an attempt to replicate Endgame without any of the gravitas that Endgame actually had. So if there's any story that's going to get the most heavy nuking, it's going to be this one, because we're not going with Palpatine. We're not going with some Sith dagger shit, and we're not going with a big pointless fight scene that doesn't have the kind of gravitas that you have with Endgame, that had a decade of build up to that point.
Mm-hmm. Over a decade, in fact.
So we're nuking 3/4 of the movie, which I'm perfectly okay with.
So with this whole setup, obviously we have the Trinity off with their own things. Finn is, I believe at this point, probably the closest thing to not just a full Jedi Knight, but the closest thing to a full Jedi Master. In fact, I'm pretty sure Luke sees that he's the one who has the greatest potential to be an actual master when it comes to being a Force user. Rey, I'm trying to. There was a bit of cutting in and out, but did she end up taking the bargain?
She went with Mara Jade because a Faustian bargain really has no choice.
Yeah.
It was, you take this, or we kill Finn and then we scorch the planet trying to kill Luke.
Yeah.
And so that was a character defining moment of her breaking her independence for other people just a bit, because otherwise people she actually came to care about were going to die. And so she is now in the hands fully of the First Order.
Now, given that, how should we establish for Duel of the Fates the state that all three are in?
So actually, Xana, you go first.
So first of all, Finn watched as she was taken away, and Finn, of course, like you said, that coda moment at the very end where he felt like a failure because he couldn't do anything to stop it. And then all of the Jedi Masters of old, their Force ghosts appear and to tell him he's not alone and that he can succeed. He just has to stand up again. Mm-hmm. His whole thing is to focus on getting to her, getting her out, and bringing her back home.
Oh, Xana, are you saying that the Force ghosts of Jedis from the past are giving Finn a new hope?
going to slap you, Doku, because that was my joke I was about to say. You stole my fucking thunder. I'll strangle you.
Good God, it's strange to see this on the other side.
You know, they may have given him a new hope, but that doesn't mean he has the power to strike back, Doku.
Okay.
Swing for swing. Okay.
Ladies,
You
you're both
deserved that!
Ladies, you're both ugly.
Lift your skirt, you're as ugly as the rest of us, Monk.
So, given that, I think that's a good foundation to build upon, and because of that, I think this would be the perfect opportunity for as a bit of a reversal. He ends up recruiting Poe to help him out when it comes to rescuing Rey.
Which is
Well,
a perfect
that's-
way to reunite them, yeah.
And that's the question.
Agreed.
So we know Rey has been taken away. We know Finn is still on Octo. Has Poe and his merry band of degenerates escaped
Yes.
yet?
They managed to escape. It involved a bit of dramatics, but they managed to escape, and basically through his whole thing, he managed to reconcile at least a little bit when it came to his past.
Now we've
Okay,
got
so-
a merry and dysfunctional band, especially when Finn. So this is the best part. Finn's gonna go and approach Poe for help. Poe's gonna have his new dysfunctional, his new dysfunctional family, and Finn, who has now been through a lot of Jedi training and is possibly much calmer and also much more confident, is going to be like night and day to Poe. Poe's gonna be like, "Yo, Finn, what happened to you?" And Finn's gonna look around and be like, "What happened to you?"
Also, I would really like to see Finn start looking a little bit more like a younger Mace Windu, because yes,
Well, I mean, he is
Yeah.
going to be using Vapad, so I mean, that's just
Yeah.
that's a given.
but I guess going into this movie though, since this is the final one,
Mm-hmm.
and we've already seen the Galactic Alliance fleet been getting crushed, the three main characters have been split up. Is it safe to assume that the First Order is the larger power between the Order and the Alliance?
Because with the appearance of the Dreadnought and the fact that they're probably building more of them, that this is the part where this because up until this point it's been one giant slightly warm version of a Cold War. Because again, it's been a lot of poking and prodding with each other, and this time the gloves have been coming off, and the First Order has much more of an advantage. And it's not a case of a whole wipeout, but the Alliance is slowly losing ground.
Especially since Thrawn is now taking an active role.
Mm-hmm.
See, again, we don't have a Snoke. We have the most strategic and tactical genius seen in extended universe.
Well, and the reason I asked is because if Poe and company have managed to escape, it's safe to assume that they are behind galactic enemy lines, and that is thoroughly within First Order control.
That would probably be likely if they're all still together in the same place and working together. Yes, they're working together to remain behind enemy lines and survive as a way to possibly filter information back to the Alliance. That would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it would.
Especially since Poe finally determined that he's way better doing his own thing with the people that, he actually can work well with than following all the orders back with the Alliance. He's fully stepped into his Han role.
The reason I bring this up now is because Poe has the people that he needs to operate as essentially behind enemy lines informant / saboteur, smuggler, whatever you want to, whatever is required. It also, now that Rey is, had to, go with the First Order, and then we're going to have Finn coming after her eventually. it at least sets them all on the same path where they will at some point reunite and then take down the First Order, which makes sense if they all end up behind enemy lines, especially with someone like Thrawn, because he's not exactly going to lose a frontline battle, especially considering in the previous movie, we saw how thoroughly defeated the Alliance fleet was, so it wouldn't make sense for them to spearhead their way through. You would need that type of trio operating behind enemy lines to actually cut the head off the snake, because you're not going to strong arm your way through it. That's why I want to set it up now.
Yeah, and that makes sense. If I had to say about it, what's going to happen is you're going to have a twofold story, because Finn's whole Jedi training doesn't need to be shown on screen. We know what happens in that Jedi training. Mm-hmm. We've already seen it in previous movies multiple times.
Yeah,
we know what he's going through. Mm-hmm. It's going to need to pick up when he's looking for or when he has just found Poe to really get the ball rolling.
Yeah.
The parallel story is going to be Rey and the attempts of the First Order to mold her to the dark side. And because it's Mara Jade that's involved, this is going to be a lot more insidious and a lot more covert compared to what Kylo Ren tried to do in the movies.
I'd probably end up having a scene where the Knights of Ren try the direct approach, and it goes about as well as you would expect.
Yeah, and as a side note, just because a B plot that actually makes sense with Kylo's unstable character makes sense. Because Mara Jade is spending so much time trying to flip Rey, Kylo's going to be getting worse. He's going to realize that because he's not stupid, he's just unstable. Mm-hmm. He's going to realize that if this succeeds, his position's gone. He's going to be replaced. And he knows Thrawn, a broken tool that can't do a job, is no longer kept.
Although, this brings one other question. How loyal are the Knights of Ren to Kylo?
They aren't. They're more loyal to Thrawn. And in fact, they're most loyal to Thrawn. He while he does not wield the Ren as the Ren once did back in their inception, his ideals are like the Ren.
Yes,
and so they're going to, if push comes to shove, hey, yeah, no, Kylo Ren's useless now. Detain him. And he's like, no, you guys, let's go. And they're going to fight him, and they're going to fight him seriously at this point.
Actually, that's a really good, that could be a really good twist for the third movie, because you could lead people on to believe that, oh, the Knights of Ren, they're followers of Kylo. No, they were put in place by Thrawn to keep Kylo in check, but they're there to keep an eye on him. And if Kylo becomes a liability, they're there to restrain or, if necessary, dispose of him.
Mm-hmm. And we had that hint all the way back in the first movie when they contacted Mara Jade, and we had that little exchange between Mara and Thrawn.
Which would also explain why the Knights of Ren should be very capable of dealing with force users.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That specifically, that is their one goal.
Yes.
I forget the name of what they were in Japanese lore, but I know, or not lore, but Japanese history. The people that dealt with samurai didn't seem very imposing, but their only goal and their only purpose was to go after samurai who went against the Lord or the Shogun or whoever it was, and disarm them and restrain them or kill them if necessary, which would basically be the Knights of Ren at this point in time, because someone like Thrawn would look at someone like Kylo and be like, yes, you're a useful tool, but you're also dangerous, so I need to have a contingency in place, which would be the Knights of Ren.
Yeah,
but we'll convince you that they're loyal to you.
Yeah, and that's the reason why he got away with, force choking and slamming a guy around all the way in the first movie, because that knight let him.
It would also
That-
explain how Thrawn and Mara Jade would know that Kylo went against orders. It's like, thank you for leading us to Rey and Finn, but you still went against my orders, so punishment. I had friends close, enemies closer.
But I think you guys are Joku. You seem to be having a bit of a habit of jumping ahead.
Yeah, I have a lot of ideas about this because wow, I'm
know
actually excited to talk about Star Wars for once.
I know you've got a lot of ideas. So do I. But it's a case of control.
Yep, I'll reel myself back in.
Which is a bit ironic given the circumstances. That said,
point taken. Point taken.
When it comes to this particular setup, the main thing that I'm using with this is one, there's the fact that that Finn is very clearly trying to recruit Poe in order to stage a rescue mission, but obviously the two of them, even with the help of Poe's new old friends, aren't enough to help. So they need to recruit even more help, and that's when you can have a moment of him going back to his old stomping grounds to try and recruit some help. And I will admit that I will admit that when it comes to this, I'm very tempted for him to recruit some bounty hunters.
Ooh.
I think he should recruit some bounty hunters, so we have some of that iconic, flair of everybody's
Western flair.
of everybody's bounty hunters. Or I think he should for a tie-in with Jon Favreau, I think he should recruit Mandalorians.
That's
Yes.
actually what I was shooting for.
I see. This is why we're brothers.
Yeah.
That
because if they're going to be if they're going to be doing some sort of rescue mission, then they need people who are going to be able to handle themselves in a fight, because their mindset is, we're going to try and sneak in, but we don't have high hopes. So we're going to need some muscle when things go south, because they will. You can probably have a bit of a scene of, well, we need some muscle if things go south. If
like I said, you could say this is the way.
Mm-hmm. And one thing leads to another, and that's where you bring in either Mando or possibly a different set of Mandalorians, i.e. the Heiress and company.
Ah.
Go
ahead.
I was going to say, on top of that, because he is dealing with underworld elements, news is going to get to other underworld people as well, including Han, who is still around. We didn't kill him off.
No.
Han's a Chekhov's gun in the third movie of, they're going around recruiting bounty hunters, Mandalorians, trying to get a rescue operation going.
Here's the thing. Oh, another. Oh wait, actually, no. I'm answering. I'm. Never mind. Continue, Zan.
You were jumping ahead again?
I was jumping ahead to the whole thing of Mandalorians because one of those includes Boba. Since by this point he would be extremely old, but an extremely old badass, and extremely experienced badass.
Well, the thing is, also you have to realize, under a totalitarian militant control, bounty hunters are probably not too happy with it because they're probably starved for work.
Yeah.
Even when the Galactic Empire was about, they used bounty hunters for the darker matters. They were the wet works.
They did,
Empire.
but I'm pretty sure that they didn't, that the bounty hunters that did work for the Empire didn't like how they would keep getting strong-armed when it came to their pay.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
And they would probably rather at the very least, the Bounty Hunters Guild had a better method of negotiation when it came to the guild's cut.
And
Mm-hmm.
in this respect, with all the bounty hunters and the underworld elements being recruited, and Han and Lando hearing about it, and because I'm sorry, but I do want to bring back Lando for this, just because Lando Calrissian and Han Solo work together so well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're going to hear about it.
Remember how hot? Zan, go ahead.
They're going to hear about it. They're going to let Leia know. Like, Han will definitely be like, "Yo, the kids are gearing up to go after the First Order because the girl got taken," and Leia's going to be like, "Well, what do you want me to do about it?" He's like, "Well, they're recruiting bounty hunters and Mandalorians and stuff. Think we could help them with that? I mean, like, maybe not commit our forces, but send out a little money or pardons for some of these people." And of course, Leia would give him a death stare because Leia would just be like, "You're goddamn insane." And Han's like, "What? The promise of not being pursued for their old crimes, because they're gonna make new ones, will motivate a lot of people." She's like you? And he's like, you'll get a little bit of humor because you got to have a little bit of humor.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And with this sort of thing, you obviously this is one of those cases of things going down the grapevine, because word travels fast, and I even though I wouldn't be surprised if one of the people who ends up really bankrolling this, because as far as he's concerned, this is like a golden opportunity to give a giant fuck you to the people who have been getting in the way of his business, is a member of the Hutts.
Yeah.
Any Hutt will do.
Mm-hmm.
Because we all know the Hutts don't like having their business fucked with either.
No.
Oh, hell no.
And he'll be like, "Oh, some useful idiots are gonna go fuck with the First Order? Hey, cavalcade of bounty hunters and rapscallions that is always around me because you want my money. You'll get a little bit of it. Just go help these idiots."
Yeah.
It's like the Galactic Alliance is actually seeking the help of rebels. Gee.
Yeah.
Huh.
Returning
to their roots.
This whole scene, this whole setup is if this seems like a bit of nostalgia throwback bait, that's kind of the point. If we're gonna have this thing of a giant culmination, then having all these disparate parts is gonna have a lot more impact than just Alliance versus First Order.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Not only that, this nostalgia throwback is much better than the giant big damn heroes fleet that the Real World Rise did. The Real World 9 did.
Yeah.
Well, and also remember, if you look at a Galactic Empire fleet versus a Rebel Alliance fleet, you can tell that one is a hodgepodge of people who are pissed off, and the other is a conformist, military authoritarian order.
Yeah.
You're kind of getting the same thing with this.
The another group that I would try and bring in when it comes to this is there. We've seen in things like Rebels that there were still a few clone troopers out and about.
Rex Wolf and shit. Why am I blanking on his name? Fuck.
So you can certainly have them help out as well.
The clone trooper remnants.
Yeah.
Yes.
And as far as I'd say
Rex Wolf and Gregor.
Yeah.
Those are the three.
I'd say the big focus when it comes to Finn and Poe is trying to get the help of the Mandalorians.
Mm-hmm.
And and I feel
Monk.
like this would be a situation where we can have a little bit of a throwback to Mandalorian culture in the sense that they will only agree if they can prove their worth in combat, and this is where Finn
Yeah.
comes in.
And I'm going to be honest here, Monk. As I said, to have a little bit of a tie-in with Jon Favreau with the Mandalorians, and I read your mind. I honestly think we should have Mando here. I do
Yes,
think
agreed.
Mando should be a part of this scene, whether he's the person Finn fights, because Mando is a badass, even if he wasn't born a Mandalorian.
Mhm.
And if or whether he's just part of proceedings. Either way, he is a presence that is iconic at this point with the Disney side of Star Wars,
Mm-hmm.
and one of the few good things that they have going for them.
Agreed.
I wouldn't make him the leader of this particular conclave in this case.
Not leader.
But
he's there as part of proceedings, perhaps even the person that Finn would have to fight.
I would argue that he would be the enforcer in this case.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
And the ruling is that because of the fact that it would be that I don't want to do the whole notion of both of them using of one side using his Mandalorian equipment, the other just using a lightsaber. The approach that I'd want to go with is that both of them only have access to. Let's go with a vibro blade.
Mhm.
Harking back to original Force-sensitive training with the Alliance.
Mm-hmm.
Finn could even make a quip about it to Poe. Man, I feel like I'm a trainee again.
However, there's been one little caveat, since it technically isn't a weapon. Mando is still allowed to use the Rising Phoenix.
Yes.
Jeez.
It's not a weapon. The only one that technically counts as a weapon is Boba's because of the missile that's equipped to it. But yeah.
Pretty much, and because of it, thus you can have a bunch of jumping around on both sides. That's kind of where I was going with that particular motif.
Mm-hmm.
So,
which, by the way, if Mando's here, which, by the way, Monk, quick question: if Mando's here, is Baby Yoda with him? Is Grogu with him?
No.
Okay, good.
I had no intention of using Grogu for this because this is meant to be an exploration. This is meant to be our own little homage to Mandalorian culture.
Fair enough.
And because of that, the two of them do engage in a duel, and I want to go all in with this being a duel where everybody's watching like it's a coliseum with
it's a gladiatorial showdown in a coliseum, right?
Yeah. And it ends up in it is a intense fight between the two of them, and just when it seems like he had an opening to actually finish the job, he doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And because obviously it's not his way, and you can probably have a remark of someone saying kill him, that is the way, and he says that's not my way.
Exactly.
And while they agreed to help, there's a case of owing some sort of honor debt, and as a bit of a subtle nod to the likes of Revan, not full in. The approach that I'm going with this is that they will not allow him to enter battle under-equipped, and thus he gets a set of armor for him. One that would be a nice little throwback to the kind of Jedi armor that featured during the Clone Wars.
Oh yeah, like Anakin and Obi-Wan's Jedi armor. Yeah.
Now that's the approach I'm considering with this kind of thing. I'm obviously not going to have him wear a mask the same way Revan did. There wouldn't be a point to that. But have him with a some light plating.
Ooh.
And that's how that particular thing gets resolved. And then of course the two of them find out after the fact that word traveled about this little plan, so other people want in, and thus you have a full-on assault on the base where Rey is being held,
storming the castle.
Mm-hmm. Now when it comes to that brings me to the B plot in this case, which is the situation with Rey. And given how I focused on Finn and Poe in this case, I'm curious how you'd handle this B plot since you set it up, Xana.
So this B plot is going to be, as I said, it's subterfuge and subtle. It's going to be Mara mostly dealing personally with Rey in a face-to-face but not fighting confrontation. There's like going to be like a chamber play where Mara has all the cards and Mara has the upper hand. Mara has answers to every quip Rey can throw her way, answers to any logical questions that Rey may have, things basically filling in all the blanks so that she has nowhere to turn. On top of this, she's going to teach her how to fight by pulling in some of the Knights of Ren as sparring partners, and she's going to try and get her to kill someone in the midst of her emotions to bring her closer and closer to the dark side. It's all this chamber play combined with spikes of action to slowly reel her in. Which is where, when Dooku was jumping ahead of himself back in the last movie, where when we have the three-way fight between Kylo Ren, or the two-way fight between Kylo Ren and both Finn and Rey, why Rey was about to kill him and why Finn stopped her, she was that step close. Kylo was going to be her ascendancy to being a Sith Lord, like in the old ways of the Sith. You strike down, in this case, not your master, a fellow disciple technically, but it might as well have been as close to a master besides Mara Jade that she would have had. And this would be punctuated by times where Kylo will still do his whole "I'm unstable and I hate you" thing, but he would sneak in to torture her, and he try torture her mentally, and he'd try to do it the way he would imagine Darth Vader would do it: cold, aloof, factual. You realize that your friends are doomed if they try to find you. You realize that that with this strike here, he'll bring up the strike of the dreadnought to bring her hopes down, things of that nature. And of course, there'll be some friction between him and Mara, because Mara will be like, "What are you doing? You're going to ruin everything." He's like, "Don't worry, I know how someone falls to the dark side." And she's just going to be like, "You know nothing," because she was under the Emperor. She was the Emperor's hand. It's this giant tragedy. It's a Greek tragedy, essentially, focused around these three characters and their conflicts with each other. And of course, Mara Jade is the devil in all of this. She stands in for Thrawn as the true devil. Thrawn is still going to
no. In that sense, Mara's a succubus.
Well, but in a chamber play, she would still be seen as the devil. That's what I'm saying.
Fair enough.
It
Fair
doesn't
enough.
Flutter. It doesn't matter what kind of form the devil takes in this case. The point is that they're the devil in the story.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Yes. And Thrawn's whole parts of this, because we will get flashes to him. Parts of it will be him, giving out orders, saying, yeah, I see what they're doing, prepare here, and here, strike here, and here. And, of course, the Alliance is going to be like, why can't we keep these people off of us, even though they're going, and Poe and Finn are going to be going around doing their own thing with the Mandalorians and the bounty hunters. But he's going to mostly be interested in watching how Mara Jade breaks someone who was being trained as a Jedi, because he's still determining whether she's going to be useful to him. Everyone, even someone as close as someone who is now his right hand, is a tool, and if they can't live up to what they're supposed to do, he's going to dispose of them.
Oh yes.
Now, ultimately, the way that this weaves in is we get our ragtag fleet. Poe and Finn have gotten their ragtag fleet, and because of the way that Thrawn is now using his forces, because they did suddenly just rise up, and now he has to account for them. And for Thrawn, it's not a panic; it's more, these idiots. What are they doing to my plans? Because it's Thrawn. The Galactic Alliance is going to take this as an opportunity. They're going to be involved as a third force that isn't necessarily assisting this patchwork army, but isn't against them either. They're going to be doing their own thing to try and just get the pressure off the Alliance and also reduce the fighting power of First Order. We have our space battle, because you got to have your space battle. And it's going to be a pretty big one. Obviously, the Millennium Falcon is going to be involved. The Millennium Falcon is going to be our insertion craft onto whatever First Order base we're going to, as something of a callback to the history of this entire story. The Falcon is our final boarding call to our final destination in this last movie. And Han, Chewie, and Lando are going to let Poe and Finn know, you guys are doing the right thing. Go do this. We had our time. You had yours. This would be the proper sending off that they wanted to do to give
properly passing the torch.
Yes, to let the next generation take over. And this isn't going to be some contrived cockamamie bullshit.
There is one scene that I want to ask if you'd consider once we have the reunion, either once we have the reunion or at some point in this particular film, and that is for Luke to give a knighting ceremony to either Rey or to either Finn or Rey, or even both. Or would you put that in at the end?
I think that's a bookend. That's a happy thing to acknowledge once stresses are low.
All right.
Because the final thing that they don't see, Finn and Poe leave the Falcon, and out from the shadows of one of the smuggling containers comes Luke. And Han and Lando. No, Han and Lando knew he was there. Like, totally. Han goes, "You sure about this?" And Luke says, "There's someone there that they can't face." And so what's going to happen is, as Poe and Finn playing off each other, getting through this, having their friends along with Rose and our Safecracker character, just going through this massive base, getting from place to place, looking for Rey, And of course, Finn, now that he's fully trained up, can find her through the Force.
Mm-hmm.
As they're approaching, what's going to happen is Kylo Ren, the Knights of Ren, and Mara Jade are going to step in their way. And Mara Jade's going to tell Kylo, go take care of the girl, make sure she gets out of here. And so it's going to be the Knights of Ren and Mara Jade, and that's when Luke steps up. And Luke's going to face Mara Jade. If only as, again, an homage to EU conflicts long past.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be a big fight
Trilogy.
scene. Yes. It's not going to be a big fight scene for them because Luke's not a focus here. He's here to support.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna clash. Mara Jade might make a small quip about how he's lost his edge, and of course Luke, being Luke, is going to make a quip back.
I think
And-
this would be the point where you could make possibly the one quip in the actual Last Jedi film that I actually liked. Everything that you just said was completely wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, and then with the full like retinue of the Knights of Ren facing down Finn, Poe, Rose, and our safecracker, Poe's going to tell Finn, "Go ahead, you have to help her," and he's like, "But you guys can't face them all alone." And that's when we have the Mandalorians step out, and Mando goes, "They're not alone." And then Finn gets to run forward. Poe, Rose, and the Safecracker in their new trinity, along with the Mandalorians, are going to fight the Knights of Ren.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have our big showdown. We have our Rey and Finn versus Kylo Ren, big duel of the fates moment. And again, with Dooku's little inspiration of, it looks like Finn has been knocked out of the fight. It looks like Rey has got an edge now because of all the dark side temptation that has been pulling her. And as she's about to strike Kylo Ren down, Finn stops her and saves Kylo Ren at the same time, not by restricting her, but by restricting how Kylo Ren could move.
Mm-hmm.
And Kylo Ren gets away. He runs away because now he realizes that Finn's not out of the fight and that Finn could very definitely make it even worse for him. And he runs away. And then, Finn and Rey have their small spat about, why did you do that? I could have killed him. It could have all been over. And he comes back with the whole, if you had done that, your fall, you really would have fallen. You would have become the thing that you hate. And, that whole saga would be wrapped up.
Mm-hmm.
Poe and the Mandalorians, a little scratched and worse for wear, definitely.
Yeah.
Poe mostly. The Mandalorians aren't going to show it.
Mm-hmm.
Their armor will show it, but they won't.
Yeah.
They all come in? Are you okay? Where did he go? The Knights just kind of, they're like, what happened to the Knights of Ren? They just kind of disappeared. And then Luke comes in completely fine. Like,
Mm-hmm.
Luke was always more than a match for Mara.
Yeah.
And at this point, he's detained her. But they're all like, okay, so what do we got to do? Well, we need to break down their communications, blah, blah, blah. They go, we get that wipe now of them going and finishing this part of the fight and confronting Thrawn for a second.
Mm-hmm.
But only for a second. Like, Thrawn's there, but he's not there. He's tricked them. There's a hologram in his chair. He's not there. He left the moment they actually got into the base. He's like, nope, I can't be here because now my personal safety's at risk, and I gotta still order people around.
Mm-hmm.
I still gotta make sure that this machine runs. So he just left, and nobody noticed in the chaos.
Mm-hmm.
And so he says, very well, you did a good job subduing my hand. It looks like she isn't as skilled as everyone would assume one of the Emperor's chosen would be. And of course, she's going to feel shame and terror at that.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, you can have her. I don't need her anymore. And then they're going to try and get him, and he's just a hologram. He's like, you really think I'm here? I'm not stupid. I've been gone for a while, guys. And you're not going to get rid of me that easily. Setting up for a hook for maybe a second trilogy or something,
Yeah.
or a spin-off. And then we get the ending coda, where they've gone off to do their thing. We're at a small, tiny side bit. Kylo Ren is still running away.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to flee the battlefield because he doesn't know if they're still chasing him. And that's when he gets surrounded by the Knights of Ren, and his final fatal struggle begins. Because I don't think Kylo Ren at that point needs to be saved. We didn't really create a redemption arc for him with this. We kept him as the villain, and because of his instability, I don't think the increase to his instability we gave, I don't think he has a redemption arc coming.
No, although I do think that I think that there's two ways you can go about it. You can either have the Knights of Ren kill him, or you can have it that he ends up slipping further into his instability and he ends up winning, but the result is that the fight ends up awakening something worse.
Make another hook. Actually, that makes a good idea. That one's a good one. I think they should take something from him though. He needs to lose a limb.
Mm-hmm.
We need that sort of
I'm not going to do a hand. Let's do an entire arm.
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't say an extremity. I said a limb.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to lose a limb because we need that it's parallel symbology
Mm-hmm.
For that, and he's going to get part of his madness is even going to be affected by the fact that he's not going to be able to get the best cybernetic replacements. His cybernetic now that he's an outcast from the First Order and wanted by the Alliance, he's a man of nowhere, and as a man of nowhere, he can only get, you can only get so much.
Mm-hmm.
His arm is going to be junk. It's going to be garbage, and it's going to be fueled by the Force. He's going to be using the Force to keep it in line, and that's going to splinter him further.
Actually, Xana,
Yeah.
what you do instead of taking an arm, take the leg that Finn used to stop him from getting his head split open by Rey.
Yeah.
Oh, his last chance at life, his lifeline taken from him. That might work too. But
Well, take that leg away. The reason I say the leg isn't just because, that's the one thing that stopped you from getting killed, but also imagine having a cybernetic leg while fighting with Kylo's type of unhinged strategy when it comes to
I think
lightsaber
that would end
duels.
up looking a little bit too silly.
yeah,
No, it depends on how you do it. It could either look really bad or look really good.
Too
Well-
many questions. I'm sticking with an arm.
yeah. And the big thing there also is this Kylo Ren, for all intents and purposes, because of his unhinged and deranged personality, has Chunibyo. He's got 8th grader syndrome. I mean,
Oh
he might
God.
well, no, think about it. He looked up to his grandfather, Darth Vader, and constantly questioned what he should do, and tried to be just like this dark overlord of the Sith that he knew his grandfather to be, and couldn't ever live up to that emulation. He's outright Chunibyo for Darth Vader, and he loses an arm, and now he gets a shitty, janky cyber arm that he has to keep in check using his Force powers, because otherwise the arm doesn't work well. It sparks sometimes. So now he has this jank arm that he has to constantly keep in check with the Force. He's constantly under the stress of it. It's fracturing his psyche just to do that. Not to mention the pain of having a jank arm. And he's also still going to be chased around by the fact that he failed to be who he wanted to be. And he lost his grandpa's helmet back at whatever First Order base he had to abandon. And so now he's just this deranged guy who wants revenge and has to control his arm with his Force powers, because otherwise it just doesn't work well.
All right, real quick, I'm gonna defend the leg thing because I don't know if. All right, I'll just say this. I'm not saying that his leg should be capable of doing anything crazy in battle. It should be more you hear it when he walks. He has ever so slight of a limp, and during a fight, like if somebody hit him with a certain amount of force that would normally you would expect that to break somebody's leg, his normal organic leg might get pushed back and make a line in the dirt. But because he has that prosthetic leg, it just plants in, and he actually doesn't lose any ground.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make it anything crazy or flashy. Make it actually look like it is kind of a hunk of metal attached to his leg, so that again you hear that noise. It's like, oh shit, that's Kylo. It's sort of like the breathing that Darth Vader has. You immediately know before you even see the character who it is, and he's forced.
It's an instantly recognizable trait of his character.
And also, it does kind of give him not to the extent of like General Grievous, but like it does have that you can tell this character he has an ever so slight limp, like his walk is just a little bit off, and when he's not on a kill path, it still makes him slower and it makes him a little bit more intimidating. It actually ironically enough, makes him a little bit more Darth Vader-like.
Yeah,
as tempting as that is, Doku, I'm still leaning towards the arm in this case, simply because it's going to have a much more appropriate visual representation.
And as I said, it's a symbolic congruity.
Yeah.
That's fair.
The thing that I'm trying to establish with this approach is that in breaking Kylo Ren through the whole experience with him losing basically everything and nearly getting killed by the knights who he thought were under his own control. Well, we've already established are proficient fighters in their own right. What ends up happening is something worse. If it sounds like I'm trying to create effectively a Sith demon, that's exactly what I'm trying to do with this.
Yep.
Okay, no, that's fair.
That's the reason why that's part of the reason why I'm sticking with the arm, and the fact that he has to constantly be utilizing the Force, and that just accelerates the problem even more.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, shit, if you want to go that direction, though, why not have him lose an arm and a leg?
No, that'd be overkill. I know
Too much.
I know you're high up on the whole leg thing, but no. And
it's mostly I like the idea of the heavy thunk. I like the sound idea, because that's something that Kylo didn't have that Vader did, is you need a distinctive sound.
Here's the problem, though. We're not trying to literally make Kylo into the next Vader.
Mm-hmm.
The whole
I'm not saying Vader. It's just Kylo never had anything that made his presence known before you actually see him, and I think that's why he's not really intimidating.
That beforehand.
Oh, I might have missed that part then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you did.
Well, that's me being late and gay.
Yeah. Now, I think we already established the coda of at the end of this as a nice little full circle. Both Rey and Finn are raised as Jedi Knights.
Yes.
And
furthermore, I would like to say that while it isn't an official re-raising of a Jedi Academy or temple or whatever, it is a realization by Luke that the Force sensitives of the Alliance and of the galaxy at large are going to need guidance. And Luke is in a unique position. He doesn't fully ascribe to the Jedi's the Jedi no attachments, no emotions type thing, or no attachments, use emotions in a very specific way type of thing. He as much as I hate to bring this up because so many people use it on so many Mary Sues, he is the definition of a gray Jedi.
Yes.
Xana, are you saying it's
Don't
it's-
even Doku.
it's a
No,
return-
don't Doku.
it's a return of
no,
the Jedi?
No, Doku. No. I stopped you before it happened.
Shut the fuck up.
It's not even a return of the Jedi because it's not, because he's not bringing back the Jedi Order. He's bringing back.
This would be the opportunity for him to say, "I am not the last Jedi."
Yes.
Yes, that would be a good ending one of it. That would be true.
Mm-hmm.
The Rise of the Jedi. Okay, I'll stop.
That one was just bad. Like that one wasn't
I know.
good.
I know it was
There's no
terrible. That's why I
reason.
had to say it.
No, you see, there was no reason for me to try and stop you there, Doku. I just gave you enough rope to hang yourself with.
Yeah. Anyway,
Rails.
Yeah. The big thing is that you would use this to establish a new Force order. He would probably still use the name Jedi just because it's what he knows.
and
but
it's
he would-
what people know.
Yes.
Yes.
So he needs the symbol.
It's synonymous. The name is synonymous with the profession,
Mm-hmm.
and they're
But I don't think that he would call it the Jedi Order anymore, because the order, the word order does have its own symbology as well.
Yeah.
Jedi Alliance.
No, I don't think he'd use Alliance because that's overused at that point.
Fair.
And I could return back to my old joke and then really take your Return of the Jedi joke and say they are the Jedi Returners.
Um,
Oh. All right, that was karma. I
okay.
accept it.
That was very well. Not only that, that was very very well played. Xana.
Brotherhood.
Oh,
The Jedi Brotherhood, yes.
Yes.
And if it sounds like that I'm doing this to have the idea that the focus is more on a knightly order instead of a quasi-religious order, that's kind of where I see this going.
Yeah, because it's no longer he's no longer being, like you said, quasi-religious. It's no longer about the suppression of your emotions and attachments in order to be a more balanced user of the Force. It's an understanding that emotions and attachments all have their proper place, and that it is.
You're right back, guys. Best friend's calling.
Okay.
Mhm.
And that it is the way that these emotions and attachments are expressed and used, not just as a Jedi, but in life in general,
Mhm.
that are important. It's a focus on, we have these teachings to help you come to terms with being Force sensitive and possibly being someone who can use the Force for a greater protection of the people you care about, the people around you, the galaxy at large.
Yeah. Now I know that in the past there's been, although truth be told, I think the samurai analogy when it comes to Jedi isn't as strong as it was initially intended to be. But I do think that in this regard, would it be fair to say that through this Luke and subsequently Rey and Finn are this new group of Jedi. It has more in common with not necessarily I was going to say a temple of Shaolin warrior monks or Knights Templar, but I'm not entirely sure if that's exactly the case.
I would say that they're more like the beginnings of a specific samurai clan.
I was also going to go with the Knights of the Round Table if that works better.
See, the problem with Knights Templar, Shaolin monks, and even the Knights of the Round Table is there's a religious unity there.
Mm-hmm.
The Shaolin monks a little less so, but they still take the teachings of Buddha very seriously. The Knights Templar, we already know, and the entire reason for the Knights of the Round Table, besides Camelot itself, was King Arthur, and King Arthur is very much a semi Judeo-Christian analog.
Yeah.
At least in many of the French versions of him.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you go with clans, but not just any types of clans, the clans that held certain traditions in Japan, such as the Uesugi clan, or the Shimazu clan, or one of the famous clans that had their own identity, or even the Oda clan. That would be what this inception of the Jedi looked like to me. A clan of strong people with the bonds that tie not even being blood, but more duty and a respect for one another. You are my brother within this oath that we all hold.
Mm-hmm.
And so we all support each other, and we look for more people to help support that oath.
And
the other good thing this sets up is you've already established the Knights of Ren as under Thrawn being a group that is made to fight
Force sensitives, yeah, and technically Jedi and Sith.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then with the establishment of the Knights of Ren as being that, you also have even if all the main characters like Luke, Han, Leia, they take a back seat, you at least have Finn and Rey as being two sides of sort of the same coin as the on that aspect of the Force. You could establish a new order of Jedi Knights, and the Knights of Ren. You have two natural enemies that are made to fight against each other. So moving into like a next movie, boom, there you go. You don't even need to focus on like a character-driven sort of antagonist element. You have it right there.
I would further add on to this because I see where this is going. I would further add on that instead of people that a different rank is established instead of simply Jedi Knight or Jedi Master. Instead I'm thinking of Jedi Knight Errant.
I think we have that in Padawan, don't we?
Not really. We don't have the even when it comes to full on knights, we don't really have a rank that is focused on going outside the temples and doing what needs to be done.
Well, that's the nice thing about having Finn and Rey on the same side of the coin when it comes to this new Order of Jedi Knights.
Mm-hmm.
You could tell who subscribes to what type of philosophy, or this is the more the martial powers, and do we favor the lightsaber over the Jedi mind trick type of aspect of the Force. Like you can even have eternal conflict amongst those types of characters, because obviously if we're moving past the movie, you can start to see how even those orders, or that particular order, has two different philosophies that are embodied by how Rey and Finn approach the Force and how they use it in terms of combat.
By the way, guys, real quick, I'm actually gonna head out.
All right, Flutter, stay frosty, man.
Stay frosty, guys. This was fun. I missed this.
Well, and I'd like to say, what is your idea of what the Knight Errants would do then in that respect, Monk?
I would say for me the idea of the Knight Errant would be an intermediary between the Padawan and the Knight. The intermediate stage between the two of them. The approach with since you guys are as much as filthy weebs as I am, I'm pretty sure both of you are familiar with the concept of Musha Shugyo,
Mm-hmm.
also known as the Warrior's Pilgrimage.
Mm-hmm.
The approach that I'm considering is that Padawans would come to the temple. They would be given a bit of training, then given the title of knight errant, and given 1 year to go on a pilgrimage. Return after 1 year and be elevated to the state of a full knight.
So what this actually sounds like is you're just introducing a new Jedi trial.
Yeah.
Because Padawans were, elevated from Padawan to Knight after they completed a Jedi trial.
Yeah. It's just that instead of the trial being this secretive ritual, the trial is more of it's time for you to go out into the world and get some worldliness now that you've learned so much in here.
Oh, what it reminds me of is like in martial arts, when you get to the rank of a certain belt, they give you a preliminary where it's like you're still this rank, but you're going to rank up, but you have to prove you're worthy of that, rank up. But it's different than just having training or a trial. It's you actually have to take everything you've learned and put it into practice. So you're essentially a preliminary Jedi Knight.
So what I would say that this is then is that this would be a trial. It would be a longer trial than normal.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be an additional trial to one of the other trials they would take.
Yeah.
Well, the good way to do it is
at the end of their their. So I think we should call this not Knight Errant, but Jedi Pathfinder.
That I'm more willing to go with,
because they're trying to find their path in life by doing this pilgrimage, this Musashugyo, to see where their strengths lie, who they are as people, and what trial they'll apply for at the end of it all, or be assessed for, depending on what a Jedi Master sees of them when they finish their Musashugyo.
Yeah.
That it'll help them determine also what types of jobs they may want to go into, such as a Jedi Consular or a Jedi Librarian.
Yeah.
Well, and also a good way to do it and a good way to justify it is, okay, you've learned all of this, you've done all these things, you've passed all these tests, but because we've seen the failures of the Jedi in the past and we've seen people fall to the dark side, the reason this is a thing now is because not only do you have to figure out what it is you want to do, what your strengths are, and how you take all these learnings and teachings and you put them into practice. Not only does it help you become hopefully become a better Jedi, but it also lets us see, like, is this someone who is worthy of actually being elevated to the rank of Knight, Jedi Knight, or even Jedi Master, or is this someone who has the danger of falling to the dark side? It's a bit of a safeguard at the same time as it is kind of a self-learning pilgrimage path.
Well, and remember that since these Jedi are more like the Grey Jedi described in EU, because Luke is not someone who's going to go back to the ways that led to the fall of the Jedi Order in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
The errantry also gives the Brotherhood, this new Jedi Brotherhood, a chance to establish themselves as servants of the people.
And that's the other good thing is, okay, cool, we've trained you in all this. Go out and actually, reestablish us as the good guys, the ones that are going to help you, and do it in a way that not only helps you grow, it helps establish the new, for lack of a better term, the new Brotherhood, the new order, but it helps build back up our reputation because from what we've seen in the sequel trilogy, the Jedi are more of a myth than they were in the actual original trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
So
by the
it
end
would
of
be
the
a
original
logical
trilogy, there was only one left.
Well, and so it would be a logical progression where it's like, okay, we need to, we need to reestablish this. We need to reestablish our presence in the universe. That would make sense,
And
and
so,
it would be a great way to lead into, if Disney was listening, another trilogy past that, because obviously Thrawn's still around. Yeah, we still have Rey and Finn. Kylo's still around. The First Order hasn't been defeated. It would be a nice way to continue on with the universe and expanding the new lore.
Yeah.
not to mention, you could have the new Jedi Adventures on Disney's TV channel, where people are explored going through the Jedi Brotherhood with initiates and Padawans and stuff.
Yeah.
You'd have all your nice little spin-offs.
You have that as a potential spin-off. You can potentially have so even you can have some of the criminal elements decide to use this moment as their chance to actually go legit.
Yep.
And so and
Especially since all of them have been given pardons by the Galactic Alliance.
yeah. So if you want to use some of that to do something like the Rangers, you can do that. If you when it comes to the state of Kylo, you can certainly the approach that I'd have with him is that he is the best way for me to describe it is that I am turning Kylo into a dragon.
Yep.
Um,
I know that trope.
yeah. And that's something that you can build a story around, and possibly that's something that would get Thrawn's attention, because while it's certainly an unstable tool, it's a tool that can be utilized with enough finesse.
All he has to do is point and let go.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, all of this post movie canon establishment that we're now doing, because technically the coda where he said I'm not the last Jedi, that's where things end. What we're doing now, guys, is spitballing, what stems from all of these changes. And Disney execs, if you're listening, hire us. We're better writers than what you have.
And here's the thing: moving into the next part of what this would lead into is you obviously have the more authoritarian, militant side of things coming out of the First Order, led by Thrawn. But then you still have the wild card element from Kylo, especially now that the Knights of Ren have shown they were never his knights. They were more, there to keep him on a leash. They were, for lack of a better term, not retainers. Damn it! What's the word I'm looking for?
Praetorians.
Handlers.
They were handlers, yeah. Although I could also make a joke about the Praetorian Guard, given how many times they assassinated their own emperor.
Yeah, so you have that aspect amongst the First Order and their established power, and you could contrast that with you have the people that are more like Rey within the New Jedi Brotherhood, where again they're more emotional, more visceral about their things. They're much more pull out the lightsaber and conquer through power. And then you have people that are more like Finn, and so you could contrast those two elements on each side. And there's a lot you could do with that.
And you might actually have Luke finally stopping a Starfleet or a fleet of ships with an entire Force lightning storm the size of the fleet.
The thing is, we still haven't destroyed the Dreadnought, so the Dreadnought's still there. We still have Thrawn running around. We still have Kylo running around.
Mm-hmm.
But we did destroy the dry docks that were making dreadnoughts at that last First Order base.
Yeah.
which
So
would
there's
make
only
the
one
dreadnought
dreadnought.
even more. Which would make it even more iconic. You're basically making a new Super Star Destroyer, and
Yep.
and
Also,
even amongst that, we also have a galaxy that is yet again divided.
yeah. I also, side note, now that I'm thinking about it, because we definitely didn't address it and didn't address it for a good reason. I'm glad the stupid hyperspace ramming thing we didn't.
Yeah, I will admit though, if you put aside how it breaks everything within the lore, it was a beautiful shot. It did look good.
Cinematographically, it was nice.
Mhm.
As for every other implication about it, fuck it. It gets blown up with dynamite, just like all the other things we threw away because they were useless and stupid.
Well, what I
Goku-
kind of wondered is why don't you just fly the ship in and go into ramming mode and then overload your hyperdrive engine and then just kamikaze it? That would have made more sense.
Doesn't matter because we still refuse to acknowledge it, and it's still getting nuked with dynamite. The
Well, again, Halo 1. Overload the engines. Boom.
yeah, but that's a whole different universe with a whole different set of rules.
Yep. And a different galaxy.
Um,
Far, far away.
not dignifying that. when it comes to this I think there are several things that we've established, and I think this will be the coda. We've established a clear trinity of characteristics, focusing on Rey, Finn, and Poe. We have explored the fact that both of them have character upsides and downsides. The dichotomy between the Alliance and the First Order, and we have clearly established the seeds for future spin-offs or a future sequel trilogy, a sequel to the sequel trilogy, if you will. And throughout the whole thing, while we've used the past to set a groundwork, but by the time we're done, that torch has been passed to the next generation, and because of how it's done in this sense, I don't think anybody would be willing to question it.
Well, it's also because it's not. It doesn't try to. At least with what we've established, it acknowledges everything that's come before it,
Mm-hmm.
but it doesn't try to erase it. It is
Yes.
it's a more respectful passing of the torch, even though we acknowledge, yes, the torch will be passed. These characters that you love, Luke, Han, Leia, Vader, etc., it doesn't try to erase them from the story as a whole. It's just, yes, that their story is done. We're transitioning to a new story, a new group of characters. The galaxy has changed. It's not the Empire, it's the Order. It's not the Rebellion, it's the Alliance. But it does it in a way that is not spitting on the past. We're not erase it if you have to. We're not going that route. It's like, no, this is the past. Learn from it, grow from it, and make it part of the lore. Like, don't just toss it away. That's
Not to mention that we're not ending the past so abruptly as to murder every character.
that
Murdering Han, bad idea. Murdering Leia, bad idea. Murdering Luke, bad idea. All of it bad. Why did you do that? You're all dumb.
Although this does bring the awkward question of how to handle the passing of Carrie Fisher, which is
actually
one of those things I had been dancing around, but it's something I think needs to be
it's worth addressing.
Mm-hmm.
We would be remiss not to address it.
Yeah.
So, there you have two choices, and neither is a good one. It's really about whether you want to upset old fans or want to upset everyone. And the paths I could see are the same things they did with Paul Walker in the Fast and the Furious trilogy, having someone stand in for him and using some digital footage and archived voice clips and such to emulate him, and then having as few scenes as possible after his passing. So the passing of Carrie Fisher, I would like to note that we didn't really involve her much in this trilogy in the first place. Some small scenes here or there in the second movie, and maybe a single or a couple scenes in the third movie. Whereas in the first movie, she was only alluded to. So with the passing of Carrie Fisher, that's one option. The other option is replacement. I hate to say it that way, but you could get someone who's a good lookalike.
Given how
Actually, no.
the only reason I'm reconsidering that is because of how the attempt to make someone look like a younger Luke was in the finale for The Mandalorian. And given that the fact that there was some pretty good twinning effects in the film The Social Network when it came to the Winklevoss twins, in that regard, given what's going on, I do think that if we can do some subtle bits of replacement, I'd be perfectly fine with that.
And since we already involved her so little in the scenes, that sort of subtle replacement wouldn't be noticed.
Yeah.
Actually, no. What you should is either at the end of the second movie, in our iteration of this, or at the beginning of the third movie, is you have a funeral. Admiral Organa has passed away either through natural causes or died in battle. You can show Captain Holdo, yes, Captain Holdo, showing remorse, giving a standing ovation, etc., and it would explain this is why the Galactic Alliance is in shambles, is because it's lost one of its major. It's one of its major anchors. Like, this is one of the things actually holding it together. Even though the First Order is actually defeating us, we still had something or someone there to actually keep us together and fighting and being effective. And now we just lost that. Mm-hmm. And it would be, not only would it be respectful in the real world to Carrie Fisher, it would also make sense in the Star Wars universe that we've created, because, well, crap, we're kind of in shambles now. We don't know what to do. We've lost our leadership. Where is Han? Where is Luke? We lost Leia. And the First Order is breathing down our necks. They're about to crush us. And that also gives an opportunity for our three main characters to actually come in and take up the mantle. That, in my opinion, would be the better way to do it.
That's an approach that I'm perfectly fine with. And at the very least, throughout this, we end up avoiding a lot of those old trappings. And as a bit of an aside, when it comes to the montage of all the different people being brought in to help, because, and I will admit, I'm taking a bit of a cue from the gathering the team together scenes in Ocean's 11. Because look,
how did I know that you were gonna do that one? Yeah.
Look, if we're gonna be stealing the idea of a bunch of different criminals getting together to help out, we may as well steal from the best. And
son of a bitch, I'm in.
And can you think of any? And plus, can you think of any? I can rarely think of any other case than Ocean's 11 of an instance where the remake is actually better than the original. Yeah, I said it.
I'm not going to disagree.
And one of the names that I'd be strongly considering in this sort of thing is Kyle motherfucking Katarn.
Kyle motherfucking Katarn.
It's it wouldn't be a huge amount of screen time, just enough to make the reference and go. But the whole point is having this thing be a send off to all that's come before, and and using that as the seeds for what's going to come in the future.
Yeah.
And when it comes to some of that, and I feel like that's the best way to follow up on any sort of legendary character with up recent incarnation notwithstanding. You had that plenty of times when it came to Doctor Who. In fact, the first episode after the regeneration was their means of reestablishing this new dichotomy. Basically, blow blowing up the board and then reshuffling the pieces.
Yeah.
And in the process establishing that the new one is not going to have these there's going to be similar elements of the personality of the Doctor, but not entirely the same. And I think doing that is you're giving the old fans a chance to feel young again, but you're also giving them something to have hope for when it comes to the future, because obviously you can't live in the past constantly, unless you're an OSR grognard, in which case, fuck off. But I think, and given how the idea of passing the torch is something that is a crucial element in the hero's journey, we're still maintaining a lot of the hallmarks of the hero's journey. We're just putting a slightly different spin on it, given the fact that we can't do it straight in this case. And I know there might be the question about whether or not I do any sort of romance when it comes to some of the characters. Honestly, in this sort of situation, it wouldn't be applicable, because this isn't that kind of story. Like I'm not going to be doing any shipping between Rey and Finn. The Reylos can fuck off, and I'm certainly not doing any implied shipping between Finn and Poe like some idiots wanted to claim. The fact is this is a story. This more or less is a story about redemption and self-identity. There's not really a whole lot of room for a romantic style story, and truth be told, Star Wars does not exactly have the best track record when it comes to understanding romance.
That's true.
So, given the fact that it's one of those things that's not exactly playing to its strengths, I see no reason to do that. Especially since the characters we focused on this whole time, none of them are really going to fit romantic archetypes. They're more people who are here to do a job. You have a...
If we
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, if we can say we got one thing right, for most of the movies, it was the fact that, other than with Rey, everybody else kind of really showed that they weren't a romantic. And even then, the whole Ben and Rey thing at the end of that was just dumb.
Now, I will note that one thing I have no intention of doing as any sort of caveat is that whole Rey Skywalker thing.
Yeah, especially since Luke is alive in our version.
if we, I mean, in fact, you don't even have to give Ray a family name in that case, because it just wouldn't suit her character. Um, because with the growth that she's had in this hypothetical, she already has a family. Um,
And that's the thing. Do we even really need to address Ray's lineage? Because
no, we don't. We already did in a brief spot, and that's all we really needed. But I'd say the if you have to use some variation of that line, it would simply be if and actually I'd probably do as a bit of a nod. I'd probably say I'd probably ever say that my name is Rey, the first of the new Jedi.
that would actually make the character better. Because do do you even need a lineage? Oh, if we're gonna go into like more
The point is with that
more
sort of thing is
nuanced.
that instead of making a focus with that because of with everything that's happened and her now having a better place, she's starting a new lineage.
That's kind of what I wanted to go with, is using some of the more nuanced themes, like overarching themes. It's like, oh well, who are you? If my last name doesn't mean anything, I fought against the First Order. I won. I did some good things. It's not my last name that defines me as a person. It's not my lineage or who my father or my mother was. It's the actions that I've taken and why I did them and what I've succeeded or failed at that defines me. And that's what would make a character like Ray in this type of iteration a more compelling hero character. Is, yeah, I came from nothing. Okay, well, what's your point? I can still turn around and do great things, and it, that's what people should remember me for, not because of my last name or because who my parents were, but because of who I am and what I did.
Yeah. Now, I think that is as good a place as any to be the coda for this week on GeekWatch. I do want to thank everybody for taking the time to tune in, even with all the technical problems that we had, and I'm probably gonna have to do the emergency split. At least I hope I'm not gonna. At least I hope.
Looks to me like you're still streaming.
Yeah. I do have a fair few bit of interviews that are gonna be coming throughout the week, and of course next week we'll be back with another iteration of GeekWatch. But until then, on behalf of the good brothers present and not present, my name is Mildra. I am your gaming monk, and join the watch.